Let me call this meeting of the James City County Board of Supervisors to order for the purpose of a business meeting. Mr. Stevens, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Wainwright?
Here.
Ms. Knoll?
Present.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Here.
Ms. Larson?
Here.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Here.
All present.
I would like to have a motion to amend the agenda for today on two fronts. One is to add a proclamation in honor of Frank Shatz, and the other to authorize a closed session regarding briefings from staff members pertaining to probable litigation, where such consultation or briefings in open meetings would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body.
Can it just be one motion or, oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, it could just be one motion.
Barbara moved it.
All
That's
right.
okay.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
We have a packed agenda today. We have first a series of interesting presentations, followed by a lengthy consent calendar, and then some presentations to the board on particular items. Let me begin with the presentations, and for that purpose, I will go down to the rostrum.
Yes, please do.
All right, great. If I could ask Larry Waltrip to come join me. All right, thank you very much for being here today and for everything you've done for us. Let me just go ahead and read this proclamation for you. Whereas Mr. Larry Waltrip faithfully served the citizens of James City County as a dedicated member of the Wetlands Board from September 1994 to February 2026, providing thoughtful leadership and sound judgment in preserving the county's natural resources and coastal ecosystem. And whereas Mr. Waltrip has likewise served on the Chesapeake Bay Board from January 2004 to February 2026, excuse me, helping to guard critical environmental stewardship initiatives that have advanced protection and sustainability of the bay and its tributaries. And whereas Mr. Waltrip is well known throughout the region as the owner and operator of the Waltrip Williamsburg Executive Airport, formerly known as Williamsburg Jamestown Airport, which he developed in 1970 and has managed for more than 5 decades, fostering aviation opportunities, local tourism, and community engagement. And whereas in addition to his aviation achievements, Mr. Waltrip founded and operated Waltrip Recycling Incorporated and wood product and recycling enterprise established in 1991 that supported the county's commitment to responsible waste management practices, environmental sustainability, and local economic development. And whereas Mr. Waltrip has generously given his time, expertise, and civic spirit to numerous community activities and projects over the years, earning the respect and gratitude of colleagues, neighbors, and county residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Chair of the Board of James City County Board of Supervisors, hereby honor and commend Mr. Waltrip for his many years of devoted public service, entrepreneurial leadership, and lasting commitment to contributions to the well-being of the community. in witness whereof, I hereby set my hand and cause the seal of the County of James City, Virginia, to be affixed on this 24th day of February 2026. Be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors of James City County extends its sincere appreciation and best wishes to Mr. Waltrip for his continued successes and fulfillment in his future endeavors. Larry, your participation in the county's community activities and on these boards of great importance to our environment have made a real impression on the community and a lasting tribute to you. So congratulations. Go ahead. Would you like to say a few words?
I'll just say a few words. I do appreciate you honoring me from the county, the Board of Supervisors, all the members, and the Wetlands Board, Michael Wilson and his team. I've enjoyed working with everybody. I am here, even though I'm retiring from the board. If they need any information or anything, I'm make myself available. But I hope that the time that I've been here working with the county and the boards, that I've made some impression and helped a number of people with my vote. I think it was the right votes, and I think probably they appreciated it. And I did all I could do, and I'm here, and I will continue to help anybody that needs my help on it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Larry.
Let's not forget that. Yes, that's yours. We have another citizen that we are going to recognize for his great contributions to the greater Williamsburg area. I'm going to ask Frank Shatz to just stay there for the moment, though, for reasons that may be clear in just a bit. So this is a proclamation honoring Frank Shatz on his 100th birthday and declaring February 26, 2026 as Frank Shatz Day in James City County. Whereas, whereas Frank Shatz, a beloved resident of the greater Williamsburg area, has lived a century marked through, I'm sorry, let me just grab my.
Well, I can read it for you if you want me to.
Okay. Whereas Frank Shatz, a beloved resident of the greater Williamsburg area, has lived a century marked by courage, integrity, and compassion. And whereas after emigrating to the United States in 1958 with his wife, Jaroslava, he was a distinguished, he launched a distinguished career as an international journalist, and beginning in 1980, became a celebrated columnist for the Virginia Gazette through his long-running World Focus column. Whereas Frank's writing enlightened readers on world affairs, the lessons of history, and the enduring values of resilience, understanding, and peace, enriching the intellectual and cultural life of the Williamsburg area. Excuse me. And whereas through his partnership in establishing the Reeves Center for International Studies at the College of William and Mary, and helped create a lasting institution dedicated to fostering global understanding and cooperation. Whereas through his extraordinary life, Frank has inspired his neighbors and readers alike with his integrity, empathy, wit, and unwavering commitment to making the world a better place. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Chair of the James City County Board of Supervisors, hereby proclaim, proudly proclaim February 26, 2026 as Frank Shatz Day in James City County. We celebrate his 100th birthday, honor his remarkable legacy, and express our deepest devotion and gratitude for the wisdom and the humility that he continues to share with all of us. In witness whereof, I hereby set my hand and cause the seal of the County of James City, Virginia, to be affixed on this 20th day of February. I'm sorry, not 20th day, our 24th day of February 2026. Frank, can you join me now to receive the proclamation? And we would hope that all citizens of James City County and the greater Williamsburg area will join in celebrating your birthday on this coming Thursday. Frank, would you like to say something?
I am honored to follow Mr. Walker after such a distinguished career what he had and contribution to this county. So I hope I didn't bring shame on him. My name is Frank Shatz, and I am 100 years old, and I really don't know how I survived the Nazi concentration camp and slave labor camp, but I am here, and let me tell you a little bit of my story. Now, I think that many of you are familiar with the name of Harry Golden, a famous North Carolina writer who wrote the book Only in America. And I often quote him because my life is what could happen only in America. I am a survivor of a slave labor camp, and now I am here celebrated by two of the most historic counties in this country. So when I say it can happen to you only in America, and it happened to me, when my wife and I could have asked for asylum after we escaped from communist Czechoslovakia in Switzerland or Sweden. But for us, America was always the shining city on the hill. So we wanted to come here. Finally, in 1958, we managed. And since then, my life was really a 180 turnaround. People often ask me if I would like to start my life again. And I am saying certainly not the first part of it. But since we stepped on American soil, in 1958, my wife and I, who was a a Czech girl, a beautiful Czech girl, and we had the happiest life here as one can wish for. And I always say, when people ask me if I have advice how to make life worth living, there is an African proverb that if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to have a long walk, always have a walk with other people. Because when I heard about this proverb only decades later, but during the war, how I survived the Holocaust and the Second World War, I really accepted all those principles. First, I wanted to only save my life, but I realized that there are thousands and thousands others who are in similar situation. So I joined the Zionist lead anti-Nazi underground in Budapest and tried to save other people's lives. So I was delivering fake papers and bribes to Nazi bigwigs to save lives. I hope I managed a few to save, and it is what I consider the major accomplishment of my life. So, and I don't know, my heart is full, actually overflowing. So I don't know how to say thank to this community, to America, to everything what happened to me since I stepped down on this soil. I am grateful and will do to, like General MacArthur said, that he will die in his boots. So I hope I will do the same. Thank you so much.
Here's the resolution, but we'd like to take a picture with you. Why don't you come up here and bring the board over for a... Well, I'll give it to you after we take the picture. Those who know Frank know. Hey. Our honorees have special dispensation to leave the meeting right now. And so now we have a couple of other presentations, one which we have been eagerly anticipating for the past month. Unfortunately, Peg Borman from the Clean County Commission was unable to be with us at our previously scheduled meeting, but she is here today, and we are looking forward to hearing the 2025 annual report of the James City County Clean County Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Stevens, and all the rest of you. I always call their names off, but I won't today because I'm not talking trash. I'm very pleased to be here as the chair of Clean County Commission and to present the annual report for our calendar year 2025. I'd also like to recognize my fellow commissioner that's here with me today is Kevin Radcliffe, who is our vice chair. Some of you may remember his mother, Eula Radcliffe, was on that original committee with me. And congratulations to the young fella that just celebrated 100 years. So I don't know if I'll live that long, but anyway, it would be nice. I want to also thank our county staff who also supports us is Grace Boone, Joanna Ripley, Andrea Case, Regina Jackson, all from the General Services Department, who make this work possible for us. And as I was just telling Andrea that I used to have to write all these reports and then give them to you, but she was good enough to do it for me this year. So thank you all. Now I'd like to introduce you to the Clean County Commission. Of course, I'm from Stonehouse, and I have the community cleanup initiatives. Kevin Radcliffe is in Roberts District, and I used to give John a hard time because we didn't have anybody from Roberts, but we're very happy to have Kevin. Rachel West is from Berkeley. Heath Richardson also serves out of Stonehouse. Tim Stanley is also from Berkeley, and Charles Latterman from Jamestown. And as you know, we haven't had a Powhatan representative for some time, but our newest member, Ms. Tracy, says that she has promised me there's going to be somebody from Powhatan. So we look forward to having all of those, anybody from any district could join us, and we would be happy to have you, but I'm looking forward to having one from Powhatan. So our community cleanups and outreach events, we host 3 of these each year. The Great American Cleanup is usually in March. The annual countywide litter cleanup, which was the 47th year, was last year. And can you believe it's been that long that I went out there and cleaned up the roads? I can't believe it. Anyway, and to clean the bay is usually in June, but I think it's going to be in May this year. These events we combined them to engage 190 volunteers who collected over 5,000 pounds of litter, donated 442 hours of volunteer service to the county. We also offer ongoing community cleanup and litter programs that engage volunteers throughout the year through our Adopt a Spot program and the Litter League program available through Williamsburg Regional Library. In addition to these events and programs, commissioners and staff attend many outreach and educational events throughout the year, and a representative usually at Fido Fest, Harvest Fest, Boo Bash, the regional Williamsburg Regional Library Summer Reading Program kickoff, and then we give presentations and more to community groups. Our beautification program, and that is neighborhood grants and gardens and pollinators. This year, the Good Neighbor Grant had 9 successful projects completed, and as you can see from the neighborhoods listed here, Chickahominy neighbors came together in the Chickahominy community, Lake Toano Estates. We worked on the Ford's Colony riparian buffer, and at the bottom of the pollinator, I'll get it straight in a minute, the pollinator meadow in Williamsburg Landing and a leaf grate installed at Riverview Plantation to give them better water quality. The commission continues to support the Water Wise Garden at Human Services. the Pollinator Garden at Veterans Park, and we also sponsor Arbor and Earth Day Plant a Tree event in April. Clean Business Awards program, we have the Clean County Commission's Green Business Initiative, includes sponsoring Williamsburg with the Virginia Peninsula Clean Business Forum, along with York County, Newport News, Hampton, and also these awards are presented for sustainability efforts on a quarterly basis. The 2025 winners were as pictured: Jamestown District, Craft 31, Powhatan, Bricks and Mini Figs, Berkeley, Thread Local 360, and some Stonehouse, the James River Equipment. We look forward to receiving applications for 2026. We don't have any right now, but we encourage you or any businesses that want to adopt, that have adopted these initiatives, to apply online with the website listed and to be considered. There's many things that can be considered for this award. Anything from implementing energy efficiency measures to landscaping with native plants to resource reduction efforts such as plastic straws being asked, not automatically given. Our recycling initiatives, I'd like to spotlight our glass-only recycling program. Glass-only recycling offers, in addition to curbside glass recycling, and encourages citizens to bring their glass to a purple bin at any of the convenience centers. Collecting of this glass is used at Owens, Illinois, Toanna facility. OI makes a quarterly charitable donation through their Glass for Good program to United Way of Virginia Peninsula. In June, OI Glass hosted an Instagram selfie competition on World Environmental Day, and commissioners, residents, staffs, and others joined the contest, and James City County won an additional $500 from this donation. This prize, combined with the 131 tons of glass collected, led to over $9,000 being donated to United Way through this program. Our highlight of the year, and our most popular, I think, program that we have was our Recycling Expo and Repair Fair. And that we were back at War Hill High School this past November. And even though we had the rain and the wind, and it seems to always have rain and wind, we saw over 250 cars come through. 62 items were repaired and saved from the landfill. At least most of them have been saved, I think, beating our record from last year. We collected 74 tires, 200 pounds of glass, 268 pounds of soft plastic, and I'd like to enter right here. Early in the career of Rachel West, she came out that day, that first day, and it was raining cats and dogs and lots of big raindrops falling. She was in charge of collecting all of the plastic. She had a little tiny car. It was filled to the brim, and she didn't know what she was getting into, but I want to give her a lot of credit because she persevered and made it over to Harris Teeter to get it all out of her car at the end of the day in all that rain. So again, I want to thank her. We had 93 pairs of shoes that we donated. Food scraps and pumpkins were used for composting. And we had several new fixers have joined us this past year, including one of the War Hill High School students. And we have more fixers that have volunteered with different specialties to join us coming up in 2026. So mark it on your calendars. It will be in November. Our Will Day Barnes picnic was held on Saturday, June 14th in honor of Will Barnes, who was a Clean County Commissioner from 1999 to his death in 2016. And as I said before, he would say, little girl, it's your job to write this report and give it. I'm just going to back you up. And I'd say, yes, big brother. And so his legacy lives on. And we celebrate his service and at that time, when we celebrate him, we thank all of our volunteers at this event for all their programs, for all their volunteerings for all of our programs. It's a fun way for us to say thank you for picnics, games, music, and good company and conversation. At this event is also the James City Ruatan Club presents the Will Barnes and Jim Robertson Scholarship. As you know, Jim Robertson was the first chairman of the commission. And for all these years, we've been honored to have Barbara Barnes, Will's widow, attend it with us. I want to thank all of our volunteers for getting involved. There's so many ways that the commissioner's work is a way to be fitted into your life if you so desire. And some of the things are listed here. We have over 1,479, almost 1,500 hours was donated to James City County through the Clean County Commission, and also the efforts to keep avoided costs from taxpayers in the county was total almost $25,000. If the county had to hire staff to do this work, and we have saved them that much money, we hope that we can do more for next year. And we have 2,500 attendees who have been at the events that we have either hosted or attended. And we encourage any and all of our neighbors to help us to reach out and join any of the things that we have coming up. We do get that. We have the forum coming up soon. The newsletter sign up is on the county website. Fixers are needed, and the Good Neighbor Grant will be coming up in May, I think it is. And or join the commission. We meet the first Thursday night at 5:30 at Tuning Road, and we had a tree seedling giveaway, but it is now closed because we've exceeded our expectations on that. So that's my report at this time for whatever it's worth. And if I have questions or answers, I'll try to answer them if you have questions.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Ms. Borman?
Just thank you so much for what the commission does. It's such important work for our citizens, for our visitors, just drawing attention to our environment and how important it is to keep it clean and keep it safe. And I just really appreciate everything that you all do, and especially you. And I have no doubt that you will be here for 100th birthday, and it'll be Peg Borman Day. So
I appreciate that very much. And on behalf of the Clean County Commission, we thank you for all your support that you've given us over the years. So
you.
thank
Anybody
you.
else have any? Yeah, just a quick comment also for the rest of the committee as well. Like Peg, the folks who are the busiest have chosen to get involved in this community activity and really done a great job. It's just terrific to see people taking real pride in the community, wanting to make it look better, to recycle and repair. I also enjoy the repair fair. I think it's a great opportunity to see people using their skills in various crafts and trades and helping out, getting something back on the road again or in the garage operating. Very inspiring all around. So thank you very much, Peg, and your committee and our staff. Andrea, I know, does an awful lot of great work to help support this commission.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you for your attention.
We now have a presentation by Laura Hill, who is going to present on restoring the Ambler House and property, reclaiming a 19th century legacy in James City County. Welcome, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Chairman McGlennon. I am honored to be here today with the James City County Board of Supervisors and County Administrator. I'm here to share a revolutionary idea, at least I think it's a revolutionary idea. I am the president of the Virginia Racial Healing Institute, and we have commenced this research to help increase the visibility of the Ambler's House, as well as to increase the community awareness of its historical significance. And we also hope to help raise funds to complete the exterior and interior renovations. Before we start this PowerPoint, I'd like to share the backstory of how we became involved with the Ambler's House, how we became aware of it. I've lived in James City County for more than 25 years, and I never heard of the Ambler's House until about 3.5 years ago, and it was by accident. I was walking my Foxhound Copper along Jamestown Beach boardwalk, and let me just tell you that Copper has mastered the skill of chasing critters. Rabbits, squirrels, moles, cats, if he sees them, he's going after them. What he has not mastered is reading the signs that say unauthorized personnel only, do not enter. So Copper got away from me, and when I recovered him, we were on the lawns of the Ambler's House, and I saw the plaque that indicated it was a historical landmark, a Virginia historical landmark. And I don't know about you, but I grew up watching Columbo, and so the sleuth in me wanted to know more, and I Googled the Ambler's House when I got home, and I learned so much about the property that I wanted to get additional information. So I downloaded a research report that was used to get the historical landmark designation, and there were several references in the report, maybe a half a dozen references to the fact that this property had ties to slavery. So we put a researcher on it, William and Mary, student who spent 10 weeks researching Ambler's House, and this is her PowerPoint presentation. Unfortunately, she has graduated and could not be here today, but I'm going to share it. I'm going to run through it pretty quickly because it generally will last for more than 15 minutes. Okay, next. Okay, so the Ambler's House is a 19th century landmark in James City County. And restoring this house is about more than preservation, it's about truth-telling. This site was home to enslaved people whose labor built the structure and the local economy. Restoration will allow us to reclaim the hidden history, honor those who lived and worked there, and create educational opportunities for racial healing. Next. The Amblers House is a mid-century farmstead built in 1852. It represents the peninsula picturesque architectural style, which is very rare for the region. It is listed as a national, on the National Register for Historic Landmarks. In our research, we wanted to know more about the house than the architecture. We wanted to know about the people who called this property home. So our research focuses on the period in history, the people who called it home, the people groups, the cultures, and the places tied to those people and the possibilities for today. Okay, let's go next. Let's talk about John Koch. He was the High Sheriff of James City County. He purchased these 375 acres in 1840 and built the house in 1852. And he had ties with many organizations that are still, and institutions that are still here today. Next. Okay, James City County and slavery in the 50s. In the 1850s, James City County's economy relied heavily on enslaved labor. Nearly every large household owned enslaved people, and Virginia held the largest enslaved population in the nation. Ambler's House stood at the heart of the system, making its restoration vital for contextual understanding. Next. Okay, this is the 1860 Federal Slave Schedule. According to this slave schedule, John Koch enslaved 13 people and he owned 6 slave houses. And his status as a slaveholder is central to the narrative about this site's history and legacy. Next. Okay, so the legacy in Williamsburg and James City County. The Koch family was very influential, and John Koch had ties to Bruton Parish, which is where his family worshiped. His wife, Eliza Parrish, is buried in the graveyard at Bruton Parish. The College of William and Mary, where his sons were educated. James City County, he served as a high sheriff. And let me just say this, that what I learned about a high sheriff is that he didn't do the day-to-day responsibilities of the sheriff. The high sheriff was more of a symbolic position. So he's going to ceremonies. Today, what you might consider, what a mayor would do, going to ribbon cutting ceremonies, and just a symbolic figure. We also learned recently, after this PowerPoint presentation was done, that he had ties to Eastern State Hospital, where he served on the board of directors. Okay, next. Okay, so the Koch family had 8 sons, many educated at William and Mary. The picture on my left is his most famous son, who is Richard Koch. He would go on to become the governor of Texas and a U.S. congressman. Again, his wife is buried at Bruton Parish, and his descendants hold prominent roles in politics and law, and it expands across generations. Okay. Next. Lives built into the brick and soil. Every brick at Ambler's House holds traces of the people who built and sustained it. This slide represents the emotional core of this project. The restoration is not only structural, but moral. We are rebuilding dignity for those whose lives are literally built into the site. These two pictures, the top picture is a smokehouse. There are two outbuildings on the property. One, the smokehouse, and the second one was referred to as quarters. And this dwelling may have been a slave quarter. Okay, next. There is a need for a marker. Currently, there are 4 markers across the street from this property on Jamestown Road. Despite the deep history, there is no historical marker at Ambler's house recognizing its ties to slavery. Freedom Park commemorates free black settlements, but nothing yet interprets enslaved life in the 19th century James City County. So a marker would bridge that gap, ensuring public knowledge and education. And I will say also that our board of directors voted to sponsor a historical marker of the Ambler's house that focuses on its ties to slavery. And we have submitted an application to the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. So we will know their decision next month. Next, why this history matters. This work just isn't about the past, it's about healing. By telling the full story, we help restore dignity, build bridges between communities, and create a model for inclusive preservation. It's about remembering to repair, not just record. Okay, next. Restoring Ambler's house properties and next steps. Ambler's house, again, stands as a living testament to a very complex past. Its restoration will honor its architecture and the ancestry of the people who lived there. And it's also, there is an opportunity for educational programming and tours to help people heal from legacies of slavery. Okay, next. Healing through history, restoring the Ambler's house, next steps. Our research this project offers a blueprint for healing through history. By engaging descendants, educators, and residents, Ambler's can serve as a model for other preservation sites, one that centers truth, equity, and transformation, not just restoration. We have also want to mention that we have met with descendants of the Ambler's house. We've met with descendants of Richard Koch, his son, who was the former governor of Texas. And we've also met with a woman who is of African ancestry, and she has indicated that her ancestors have ties to the Ambler's house. So there really is a story here, and right now it's one of James City County's best kept secrets. Our mission is to share the story of Ambler's house in a ways that fosters reconciliation and healing from wounds of the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
I think it's great it's being restored. I love that. It's important.
Thank you for the work that you're doing on this particular project, and I'm sure we'll be anxious to hear any additional developments that occur and see how this can become an opportunity for people to experience a location that allows them to address the concerns of the past and move forward into the present.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation, and that's Colonial Behavioral Health. Executive Director David Coe is here, I believe. David? Hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Stevens, our staff. It is a privilege to be here. It has been since before COVID, since I think we were here. So a few things have changed. Maybe a few headlines and so on have changed. We have been grateful for years now in our entire existence for tremendous support from all of our localities, especially today, James City County. You've been fantastic to us, and we look forward to continue working with you. We were a Community Services Board system, which exists in every locality in the Commonwealth, was created in 1968 by the General Assembly. CBH, Colonial Behavioral Health, was formed on January 5th, 1971. That makes us 55 years old and eligible for the senior discount at IHOP. We haven't tried that yet, but I don't know, we could take everybody in and get it. But we exist in the Code of Virginia. We are one of the statutory regional agencies that you work with. We do serve not just James City County, but York County, who is our fiscal agent, the city of Williamsburg, and the city of Poquoson. We are a public agency subject to public FOIA rules and all of those things, but we are also an unincorporated 501c3. So we're one of those organizations that walks around with a foot in the public sector and a foot in the private sector, which makes us, we refer to ourselves as quasi-governmental. It's a unique existence to have. We have a 15-member board of directors, 5 of which are appointed by James City County. We are pleased that your EMS fire chief, Ryan Ash, is currently our board chair. Danielle Wells serves on our executive committee, and Roy Witham and Lynette Diaz also serving, and I think there's one vacant position at this time from the county. So to give a 5-year look at the numbers of individuals served by Colonial, and I will say that our mission is to serve individuals with mental health, mental illness challenges, substance use disorders, and intellectual and developmental disabilities. And so in looking at James City County and the services we provide, and we tend to try to report to you in rolling 5-year averages, going back to 2021, you'll see a high number of 1,687. You'll see those numbers sort of going generally down, and then, so I'll come back to a little bit about why that is, but a lot had to do with COVID and workforce and available staff, but also some other changes that we're making right now that we believe are turning that. So if you look at those numbers and then you look at the next slide, you'll be like, those numbers don't quite add up. I noticed that. So what the previous slide was looking at was raw numbers, individuals. These are percentages. So of the individuals in that particular year, for instance, I'll just pick 2023, 6% of those that we served from the county would have been Hispanic or Latino, 24% Black or African American, 1% Asian, 64% white or Caucasian, and then 5% of other classifications that we are required to collect. We won't try to walk through all of these for you. Many of you have heard from us many times individually and as a group over the years, so you're somewhat familiar with the services we provide. But in the last couple of years, we have added to our emergency services continuum of care mobile crisis, which is the intention is to get out and intervene in situations before a person comes to a point of needing the intervention that might result in a hospitalization or emergency room visit. It's the ability to go to your home, the ability to go to a school, the ability to go to any place in the neighborhood. It does require dispatch, the way the system is set up for us. We are required to do dispatch. That is a service that has been growing over 2 years. It's growing slowly because the communities have to figure out how to use that and where it fits into the continuum, but that is occurring. a broad array of outpatient services throughout the lifespan, all the way from about 3 years old up to 100 and beyond, hopefully. We do provide psychiatry. Permanent supportive housing in the last couple of years is a new service for us. It is primarily focused through state dollars that come down for individuals with serious mental illness who may be leaving state hospitals or possibly incarceration. But also there are a number of slots that we were able to fill and locations we're able to fill through community or continuity of care dollars. So we do have some outside of the specialty designations. And then the other services I'll save your time because you've been very familiar with these services. We do also a whole other slide of services that represent, any one of those could represent entire presentations by themselves. But our services to intellectual and developmental disabilities, we operate 2 4-bed group homes, both of those located in York County. Our day support program is there on Merrimack Trail. It's called Opportunity is Unlimited. We do provide transportation to individuals, families that would prefer us to pick individuals up so they can go to work or whatever. We do provide that. Some families choose to provide their own. Our day services for adults with serious mental illness, mental health is called People's Place. Its technical designation is a psychosocial rehabilitation program. We are in the process of beginning to rework that model over the next couple of years. We are pleased to be the fiscal agent for Part C early intervention services that are provided by CDR, by Child Development Resources, who have been around as long and maybe even longer than we have and are world class at that service. We're pleased. Recovery support services for individuals with both mental health, lived experience with mental health to support others, or with substance use disorders. We've had a partnership now for about 17 years with Spirit Works, and that has worked very well for us and hopefully for the community as well. We do not provide services directly within the regional jail, but we do have a staff person who is embedded there to assist with discharge planning. We call it a forensic discharge planner. So that they're helping to transition folks out into the community. And then we do have staff embedded at the Merrimack Detention Center and have had for about 18 years now. Local efforts working with the county and other localities that we're currently engaged in is the Marcus Alert Plan. You've all heard about Marcus Alert, those protocols around co-response and levels of response between mental health professionals, law enforcement, and joint response, which is primary, which is secondary, when do we need to have joint. Those protocols, the plan has been submitted to the state. We do not know when they will approve those plans, but we're looking for some dollars to come help fund those protocols this year. We have received some additional dollars from the state to help with placement of some of the folks who were in permanent supportive housing from the House of Mercy when they lost their funding and their program. So we have been able to help with a number of those, certainly not all. And then the efforts through the Historic Triangle Drug Prevention Coalition, which are wide, varied, and always going on. And we are pleased over the last couple of years to have been engaged with our community in helping to plan for the Williamsburg, James City County, the Behavioral Health Court docket. I see Mr. Green is here today. He's been a key partner in this. Would not have happened without him. So we've been pleased to be part of that project. It is underway. It is starting slow. It is building, but it is underway. Challenging in every community to be able to do that. So we have one of the projects that we are engaged with at least a couple times a year now are the drug take-back days. You can see that every year, the Historic Triangle Drug Prevention Coalition, of which we are one of the senior partners with that, does provide the bags on those drug take-back days to provide resources that are both hands-on, tangible resources and educational resources given to the community. And there are hundreds to thousands of those given out every year, twice a year. I have made this similar presentation to two other localities, and both times I bring up this picture of the pizza box, I get recognition from members of the governing body that they've had that pizza box in their house. They've actually bought a pizza and they've had that there. So during Suicide Awareness Month and Mental Health Awareness Month, twice a year, our localities we've been able to find pizza locations that actually will use these boxes to actually deliver or provide pizzas in the community for this. You'll find in James City County, you'll see right now from the Hearth Pizza, Bellissimo, Brickhouse Tavern, Little Charlie's. Thousands of those that are advertising the existence of the 988 model, the 988 call number, as well as a program designed to promote gun safety called Lock and Talk. Lock up the guns and talk about gun safety at home. We have those that have been now for, I think, three years now has been going on. So we're honored that that continues. You'll see some of our Lock and Talk athletic banners. You'll see this one located out at Jamestown. An actual image of the one that's out at Jamestown. Some of the things that we are facing today, or have been facing in recent years, is that, as you saw in the numbers of people served, our numbers of folks gradually were decreasing for a while. And we found that the numbers that reduced themselves during COVID have been slow to turn around. And it's beginning this year. But we've also made some changes to how we structure our front door and how we structure access to services. And with that, we're seeing major changes, and we are looking at the number of intakes, the people that come in the door to begin services with us are on our specs, are the right change. Complex situations and system folks that come in to see us today, on average, that is just not, and we do not see that changing sort of every day just to maintain our being and who we are. So part of what we have increased our focus on is on trauma-informed care, focusing on the traumas that all of us have experienced in our lives, and some have more natural resiliency than others, but we can build resiliency and responsiveness in everyone. And then an increased focus on prevention and wellness efforts to get out in front of problems before they occur when we possibly can. Some of the current projects we're working on include the Marcus Alert that I've already mentioned. Integration, we've spoken to everyone about this before. We won't go into detail today, but our integrated primary care and behavioral health services, that is a linchpin of our strategic plan moving forward. And then aspirational, we're working right now with the state to try to get an application into to the federal government to have Virginia Community Services Boards become what's called CCBHCs. Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, which would make an approximate photonegative look like a federally qualified health center. Would be mandated to provide, federally mandated to provide a lot of behavioral health services, a little bit of primary care. Whereas why an FQHC, federally qualified health center, does exactly the opposite. A lot of primary care and a little bit of behavioral health. And the funding models, the payment models are different. And the 19 states that are doing those today, it has been transformative to those systems. It has expanded access, improved workforce, recruitment and retention, improved outcomes. It has been transformative. Virginia needs to go the same way. We need to go the same way, and we're working toward that right now. We're all aware that we're currently building adjacent to Eastern State Hospital. Over on that tract of land, our crisis center called the Center for Support and Wellness. Many, if not all of you, were able to attend our groundbreaking back in September. We appreciate Mr. Eisenhower making remarks on behalf of the county for us. But I will tell you, we could not have gotten there as quickly as we did. And it was just to be given the land by the state took about 16 months, once from the, or more than that, almost 18 months from the day we heard it was going to happen. We would not have gotten there had it not been for the county. Mr. Stevens, Mr. Reinheimer, Mr. Kinsman, Mr. Holt, Grace Boone in helping us with even procurement processes and such things. You as members of the Board of Supervisors and your support, and with the groundbreaking event itself and the challenges that came with weather and the governors attending and all of that, James City County Parks and Recreation stepped up and helped make that happen for us. It would not have happened as well as it did without you. So thank you so much for that. We are looking to open that service that will have 4 CIT Assessment Center slots or locations, 12 23-hour recliners, and 8 residential 2 to 10 day crisis stabilization beds. We're looking to have that open this fall. Construction should be done. It's on schedule right now. If you ride by over there, you'll see the structural steel up and the exterior sheathing starting to go around right now. But then if the state will get us licensed, we'll get started as quickly as we can. Also in our planning stages is beginning supported employment services for adults. I mentioned before reworking our psychosocial rehabilitation or our adult day model for adults with mental illness, working on revising that, our partnerships around integrated care, and then I've mentioned Marcus Alert again as well. There's a lot more that we do. We're pushing through this a bit. We're very proud of our work, and we welcome tours, visits, inquiries at any time. We're available to you at your beck and call. And so with that, there's our information, and I'm certainly happy to receive any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions, comments? Mr. Cohen?
That's phenomenal to have that coming out of the ground and be ready this year. So that's a very, very aggressive construction schedule. I'm glad, hopefully it works out well.
I just wanted to say that I just attended our National Association of Counties federal conference, and there was just laser beam focus on behavioral health, and it's a priority for this board, of course, your organization, and the state, and also at the national level. So I know that's one of the things that is actually bipartisanly being supported, and they're looking for help from members in order to try to get some additional funding and some additional beds and bills moved from numbers. So just want to thank you for all that you do. I know that you, as hard as you work and as hard as your organization works, unfortunately, we're not reaching everyone that is in a crisis or even dealing with behavioral health issues. But I really appreciate everything that you do, and I'm looking forward to the facility on Eastern State being opened on the property.
We'll all be invited to the ribbon cutting.
And could I just ask a question about the numbers that you presented?
Yes.
Well, actually, 2 questions. One was, I guess, was that second slide, where you broke down by demographics, was that percentages?
Percentages.
Okay, because I wasn't quite sure what that was. On the
I'd love
previous
to blame that on somebody else, but that was all me.
on the previous slide, it was clear that there was a pattern of decline in services to James City County residents. Was that true across the jurisdictions? And um, could you talk a little bit about that? Because I mean, it seems to me that there has been more recognition of need for services and more people experiencing pretty serious stress and critical situations. So you would hope that there would be more effort to seek out services.
All of that is absolutely true. And to answer the first part of the question, the general trend was that the numbers of services number of people served from each locality did go down. But there were some localities where that would like peaks and valleys within that. The general trend was down, but there were localities that would go up one year, down the next, up a little bit, and then down a little further. So the trend lines are the same everywhere. The primary reason that we had that occur was recruitment and retention of provider staff. We have had, and one of the things I'm encouraged about is that trend is changing for us right now. It's another piece that's helping us. But we have had significant issues recruiting and retaining licensed staff. Those that more and more insurance companies, Medicaid, all of those require you to have a license to provide so many of the services. So everyone that came to us, the numbers of people coming to us were about the same. But if we didn't have the providers, what we spent a lot more time doing in the last few years was increasingly referring out to other providers in the community who may have had capacity and had some licensed providers there. So we made sure everybody that came in the door got served by a qualified provider somewhere, but we didn't always have enough staff to do what we needed to do. Those individuals who came in who were uninsured, underinsured, they're ours. They stay with us because that's why we exist, is for them. So, but those numbers, those have begun to turn around. The staff, our recruitment and retention numbers in that particular area we've had a good few months now of hiring there. And then the second piece of that is we have restructured our front door. I actually rearranged and restructured the organization to put an increased emphasis on the front door and in every way possible that you access our services, putting that under one central. So it's not different ways of getting in. And if there's a barrier, we know exactly where to go to deal with it. And we're doing that, and I think we're doing that very effectively. So when you see our numbers the next time for this year, your numbers are going to be up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you for your support.
Okay. Now move on to the consent calendar. As I indicated, there are a number of items here. The first is acceptance of funds, $544 from the Federal Asset Forfeiture Program. We have a grant award for $47,797 for Commonwealth of Virginia VSTOP Grant Program Fund. Grant award of $20,000 from the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, Chesapeake Bay Protection Act Support Grant 2026. We have a grant award of $20,000 to Virginia from the Virginia Housing Community Impact Planning Grant Program. Grant award of $573,641 from the Virginia Stormwater Local Assistance Fund. Contract award, annual engineering services. Contract award, $172,600 for the Chickahominy Riverfront Park slope repair. Contract award of $238,273 for police firing range, lighting and electrical installation. A contract award of $385,106.52. Police firing range, tower and pavilion construction. A contract award of $625,772 for law enforcement center outdoor air rooftop replacement. The minutes adoptions and a revision to Chapter 4 of the James City County Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual. Does anybody wish to remove any of these items from the consent calendar, or do I have a motion to approve?
Approve the calendar.
Motion to approve the calendar. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I did have a follow-up. The police firing range, do we have something on the CIP? Was that one of our dots that, was it restrooms? What's left out there to?
I'm sure I know they're after a classroom, Chief. Would that include restrooms or are restrooms separate?
So is there no, what are you using? I hate to be, sorry, it's 2:00 in the afternoon, but is there a porta potty out there? Or
There's currently a porta potty out there. I believe if that classroom got approved, it would include electrical and restrooms.
Okay,
And I will credit the chief, while it's not yet recommended to be considered, I'm sure there were some dots around it, and he did have a building in a past CIP that was, I don't know, 4 to 5 million, and the classroom is more like $1.5 million.
Correct. It's like
So-
a classroom you would see at a school. We could bring it in instead of building one, which was around 4 million. This is 1.5 from General Services, their estimate.
okay.
A learning cottage.
Well,
Exactly,
I was
yes.
just kind of thinking that because with the opening of at first, we must do something other than porta potties. So thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for the information.
Follow up
Mr. Abbott, come to the,
just to follow up, the tower does have a restroom in it as well. It'll be
Okay.
constructed in this particular project.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We now have some items for board discussion. And the first is a report from Brad Reinheimer on the Government Center.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Kinsman. It's a pleasure to be here. Haven't spoke to you in a couple months, so we have quite a bit to talk about, not as much as I'd like. The weather has been a bit trying for the site work. They did have a few weeks where they weren't really able to access the site. I think Mr. Stevens mentioned this at the January update. We are down to grade on the site for the underground parking garage. They were supposed to start work on the rigid inclusions, the deep foundations this week, but the weather has kind of pushed that forward. I think the first week in March is when you'll start to see some of that going on. So the weather has been challenging, but we're working through it. Our construction management company, MBP, is on board. We've signed that contract with them, and they're helping us go through a lot of these documents, dealing with a lot of the questions and issues that come up. And there's a lot, right? I mean, a building of that size, we're down to the details like putting hangers on the backs of bathroom stall doors. I mean, it's really getting down to some of the details in the building, and there's a lot. There's a lot to go through. The outdoor spaces, access control, camera systems, things like that. Those are all the kinds of things we've been working on this past month or so. We have a completed review of the 50% construction documents. We did that about a week ago. We met last week with the builder group to go through all of our questions. We had, I think, 75 items that we brought to their attention, working to resolve those. We should be through with 100% construction documents in the next couple of weeks. We'll get those documents then, and the 50%, it was 377 pages of documents. The 100% will probably be that or more. Give the county opportunities to go through all those documents, make any comments, suggestions, changes. It's always a lot of back and forth between county staff, MBP, and the builder group to make sure we get things right. Our goal is certainly to not have 1 million change orders once we start getting into some of the more finer construction of this project. I want to mention also, we did sign the power purchase agreement with Dominion for the solar panels. So the solar panels are intended to be installed on top of the government center and the EOC side, which brought up an interesting, I guess, dilemma or point. that I wanted to kind of talk to you all about today just a little bit. Um, Early on in this process, we talked about LEED and the desire, the county code requires that our building be LEED certified or equivalent. We talked about the desire to get to silver, gold, platinum status, any of that. Obviously, that comes with a price. The sense I got from the board previously in regards to LEED was, we love it, we support it, but it shouldn't cost us a whole bunch of money to take us to that next level. I'm bringing this up because those solar panels on the roof, we were anticipating us getting the energy credits for those, but because they are Dominion installed, they actually retain those credits. So not getting those energy credits towards the LEED points still keep us in the LEED certified area, but doesn't. We were kind of right on the borderline of LEED silver. We can certainly get those credits back from Dominion, but it comes at a cost. At a cost of about $150,000 to $200,000 to get those credits. What I've told the group is that I don't think the board has interest in pursuing that amount of money just to get us a different certification level. But I wanted to know if any of you felt strongly differently about that, and I can certainly go back to them. So if any of you feel strongly, we can maintain those energy credits from Dominion at a cost, or Dominion keeps them and we probably come in as LEED certified at the conclusion of the project. So does anybody feel any differently?
Explain to me what the difference between, I guess, when you have those solar panels on, whether we get the utilize the actual energy, and what are the credits? In other words, is that sort of a benefit? I mean, does it have anything to do with the actual physical use of the electricity?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
The LEED scoring system, LEED is based on a scorecard. I think it goes up to, 100 points is platinum, 40 is certified, 50 is silver, 60 or 70 is gold status. Through that checklist, depending on how much you use recycled materials, how much lighting you have, how much irrigation you have, all those things count towards LEED points. Those points, one of them, which is energy credits, which we James City County, was receiving, at least on the initial scorecard, the credits for the use of solar. And it was, I think it was 9 points that we were given. Well, I say we were given, we were counting on. None of this actually happens until the end, but we were counting on those credits. We learned in conversations with Dominion, they actually retain those credits. We can have them, we can certainly take those credits, but then our kilowatt per hour cost would increase because they wouldn't get those credits. So that's sort of how that works.
So there is a tie between credits and costs.
Yeah, oh, absolutely,
Okay. All right.
absolutely.
That's what I was driving at.
Absolutely, yeah. We can get those 9 LEED points, but it's going to come at a cost of between $150,000 and $200,000.
Do we need all 9 points to get to silver?
We would probably need all 9 to get to silver.
There,
That had us right on
I
the
asked that
border.
because, in the renovation of the building I work in, I was involved in the LEED certification process, and there are ways in which you get credits for things like if there is showering facility available in the building, which encourages people to walk, ride, or in other ways get to work in a condition that they need a shower. I actually prepared a PowerPoint that was provided for folks to understand the LEED certification process that gave us points as well. So I just wonder if there are any other ways in which you can get to that magic number. I don't think, I don't think it's worth $150,000. I think we should, if there aren't other ways to get to that silver level that are more cost effective, then I would say we ought to say we're LEED certified, and if we were given the credit, we would be silver certified. So, just
A newbie question here. So what benefit does it give us to have the LEED certification, and also what additional benefit for the silver certification?
I don't believe it gives us any
Tangible benefit.
tangible benefit to be silver certified. But if you're at that silver level, typically it means your building is more energy efficient, less harmful to the environment. Like we get credit for things like bike racks. We encourage people to bike to work, helping the environment. We get credit for all those types of things, but it doesn't give us anything
We
really.
would be the same amount of energy efficient, we just wouldn't have the certification
That's correct. That is correct.
saying that we are.
That is correct. Okay. I think I have that direction. One also mentioned, we continue work on our outdoor space. Outdoor Space Committee has done a lot of great work. We're also forming an internal working group to look at art in the building. We have a lot of walls where we would like to be able to put some sort of artwork, either local or something up there. So we're forming a local employee committee to kind of look at that and go over options and things that we can do to help decorate this building once we're in. And that's about all I have for an update, but I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all might have or talk about
When do
anything
we
else.
think, we talk about getting the 100% design and establishing the not to exceed price and that contract? When do you expect that to come back to the board? Would that be in March or April?
Sure. So all along, if you remember at the interim agreements and the first part of the comprehensive agreement, we've stuck with that not to exceed dollar amount, and we're still sticking to that not to exceed dollar amount. The actual GMP, guaranteed maximum price, they will provide once that 100% construction document phase is completed, meaning they've done the documents, we've reviewed, we've done our back and forth on changes that had to be made, then they will provide us with that guaranteed maximum price. Probably April, May timeframe, and then the next phase of the comprehensive agreement will be coming to you all at some point after that. But we're still operating under the not to exceed dollar amount that we've focused on the whole time.
Other questions? Thank you very much for the
Thank you.
presentation. And we will now go on to the next, oops, just disappeared on me, which is James City County Land Trust key decisions. Tammy Rosario.
Thank you and good afternoon. In my role as Assistant Director of Community Development, I've been so pleased to be able to work with the Neighborhood Development Team and our consultant on this project over the past year. And today I appreciate having the opportunity to further our conversation on establishing a community land trust for James City County and to focus on a few key decisions requiring your approval before we start taking formal action in the coming months. Oops. To accomplish this, I've broken the presentation down into four main parts. First, I'll spend just a few minutes recapping our work to date. Then I'll review the items for your input today before we establish the Community Land Trust. These are related to positioning the CLT in such a way as to enable it to be a CHODO, and I'll define that for you later. Confirming foundational items in our organizing documents, such as structure and mission, and relating details related to the Board of Directors recruitment and appointment process. These are all linked to formal paperwork we plan to submit in the coming months to the state and federal government, and to our public invitation to the community to apply to be part of the Board of Directors. Next, I'll share our next steps and timeline for carrying those out, and I'll conclude with the key questions and decision points for today's discussion. During much of last year, we engaged with our consultant and you to explore the Community Land Trust. First, as a concept, is the Community Land Trust model a good way to meet our affordable and workforce housing challenge, to protect the investment made into creating this housing, and also to preserve that housing as a lasting component of our housing stock? We then looked at it more critically through a feasibility study and asked the question, would this be a good fit for our county? What we heard from the board was that the CLT concept could help James City County better meet our affordable and workforce housing challenges, and that staff should take steps to establish the CLT, with the understanding that we would return for any items requiring the board's approval. With that direction from you at those meetings, we moved into phase 2 of the project with our consultant and our working group. The working group included staff members from Community Development, FMS, the County Attorney's Office, and Housing, along with a citizen member from the Housing Rehab Board. Our focus has been on laying the groundwork to establish the CLT as a nonprofit, from budgeting items to legal items such as preparing articles of incorporation, forming a board of directors, and preparing bylaws. and also including community engagement. This will put us on track to begin operation of the CLT this summer and to have the CLT in a position to receive the first units from the Clark Lane development, now known as the Moors, by the end of 2027. It is this work on the highlighted items that brings us here today. We believe that we have a strong sense of what you want, and we have worked hard to instill the spirit of it into the many financial and legal details involved in setting up a nonprofit. These details are important because they determine what form the CLT will take, and we need your input today to make sure what we set up meets your expectations. Initially, we thought there might be more choices for you to make, but with state and federal laws and financial reporting requirements, however, one path has emerged as more clear than others as the best practice. Nonetheless, we want to ensure that we get these details right with you at this critical point. As a preview, these are the key questions and decision points for our discussion today. I'll be walking us through each item, but I'd like you to be able to keep these decision points in mind as we go. First, does the board concur with setting up the CLT in such a way as to position it to be a CHODO? And again, I'll define that in a minute. Second, is the board comfortable with some foundational items in our organizational documents related to purpose, structure, and the board of directors? And is the board ready for the staff to start the board of directors recruitment process? So we come to our first key decision about positioning the CLT in such a way as to enable it to become a CHODO. A CHODO, or a Community Housing Development Organization, is a locally based nonprofit that is certified by the state to create, preserve, and manage affordable housing. Because they meet federal requirements, CHODOs are eligible to receive set-aside funding. Based on our previous discussions with the board, the group's working assumption was that it was desirable for the CLT to be able to pursue CHODO status as soon as possible. There's a lot of regulatory and funding support for this. The expectation is baked into the state's definition of CLTs, and Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development is set up to certify CLTs as CHODOs based on behalf of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development using specific criteria. And it's a smart financial move, as it allows the Community Land Trust to have access to special funding, HUD and otherwise, that is only open to CHODOs. This can reduce the CLT's reliance on county funding, as well as fees and donations. The trick has been to thread the needle in the organizational documents in such a way as to give the CLT enough initial support and direction to meet your expectations, while strategically positioning it to qualify as a CHODO as soon as possible. Fortunately, we can use the time it takes for an organization to be certified as a CHODO, usually 2 to 3 years, to help us with any transition that might be necessary. Related to our second key decision about our organizing documents, we are working on 2 critical documents to establish the CLT as a nonprofit. First is the Articles of Incorporation. This will be filed by an incorporator with the Virginia State Corporation Commission around July 1. And the second is the 501c3 application, which we plan to file with the IRS in the fall. Critical to both of these is listing a purpose that aligns with the charitable purposes of a CHODO and nonprofit. The purposes we've stated here are consistent with what we've presented last year and what we would propose moving forward. As a priority, to provide decent quality housing that is affordable to low and moderate income households, and to have an additional ability to provide housing opportunities for households earning up to 120% of AMI to address neighborhood stability, mixed income communities, or the financial stability of the CLT's mission. Another key decision related to the organizing documents is how the CLT is structured. You might recall our consultant presented these assumptions from the feasibility study last September, that the CLT would be member-based with a tripartite board structure. And as you'll see from the graphic, the tripartite board structure is a third of James City County appointees, a third CLT homeowners, and a third from the general public. These follow best practices, but our working group had several discussions weighing the merits of these structural issues and concluded that while a member-based structure is more complex, it has advantages that outweigh these concerns. Primarily that having a member-based structure prevents mission drift, builds community trust, broadens community engagement, creates a leadership pipeline, and helps with fundraising. And it also helps the CLT meet CHOTO requirements regarding board of director appointments. The last decision point related to the organizing documents is how the board of directors will be formed and appointed. This is necessary not only for the articles of incorporation, but also for our own plans to recruit and seat the board of directors. The working group discussed a number of options, all while keeping in mind the need to thread the needle carefully. In the end, we recommend an initial formation of 9 directors, all appointed by the Board of Supervisors, but with staggered terms. This accomplishes having a number divisible by 3 for the tripartite part of our structure, and an odd number for voting purposes, and a manageable size for decision-making. The method gives the Board of Directors the time to establish bylaws and critical policies, all under the initial appointment by the Board of Supervisors. Over the course of 2 to 3 years, it would evolve to no more than a third appointed by the Board of Supervisors, a necessary step for this independent nonprofit to become eligible for CHOTO status. The third and final key decision is related to our next steps for recruiting and appointing the Board of Directors. We've built a schedule that anticipates recruiting the directors this spring in order to have them seated by the summer. We have drafted an application tailored to assess special skill sets, financial management, legal skills, fundraising, connections to the low and moderate income communities. We've built a website and tentatively scheduled an open house to explain this opportunity in more detail. We've made plans for an active recruitment and engagement effort to cast a wide net, news releases and direct mailings to those who have been involved in similar efforts in the past. And we would open the application portal in March, plan to close it in April, and come to you in May for appointments so that this Board of Directors could be coming together for training and decision-making in July, August. I'd like to point out the handiwork of our talented graphic designer, Meg Finney, on a concept for the CLT's logo that the working group would like to use. You'll see that the logo has a home on the left, interwoven into an infinity symbol, representing housing over multiple generations. Blue represents trust and stability, moving into green for growth and wealth. This brings us back to our key decisions slide for today as we look to finalize the paperwork we plan to submit to the state and federal government to establish the CLT, and we plan to launch our campaign to recruit for the Board of Directors. We look forward to discussing these with you today and receiving your feedback. I'd be happy to read the first one to get us started or answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Let's just start with some general questions.
General question for you. I like the idea. I like this tripartite structure that you have. Let me be the first one to voice a concern that I have learned from dealing with nonprofits in the community over many years now. There's a certain life cycle to a nonprofit, and depending upon how it's structured, the things you mentioned, mission creep, and what I found quite often is you get maybe a decreasing interest on the part of the public in being part of the board, and difficulty recruiting board members, and organizations wind up foundering or going astray. And a couple of good examples of that are the Community Services Coalition that I was a member of over here, where we basically had a 501c3 set up, but we never had the assets to maintain the property on the long range, long term. It was a function of how it was set up and how it evolved over the years. Same thing happened with our United Way, which we lost up here and wound up being merged into the peninsula. And our Head Start program, Community Action Agency, which had went through some tremendous restructuring problems. And now there's a little bit different because they had a lot of federal oversight, which I think helped them through the crisis. But nonetheless, some of these have a crisis like that. So I guess what my concern is the level of comfort you have with the structure you've set up, especially having people who would be members of the community whose houses are on that. I think that would lend a tremendous impetus to maintain a really strong board. Do you have a greater level of comfort that this would survive longer term than maybe most of the average?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I'm not an expert in creating nonprofits and seeing them sustained over time, but our group has incorporated a lot of wisdom from those who've been involved in nonprofit entities and our consultant from Burlington Associates who headed the Athens CLT. And we had a lot of discussion about the structure and how it might address this issue because we knew it would be a concern. And I think what I've heard our consultant and what our group discussed is that the membership-based structure really helps that drive that general membership, both from people who are have homes in the CLT, but also broader throughout the community, really creates that pipeline for interest in serving on the board, and also for maintaining that interest that might wane over time.
You know, the other question I had to do with initial land allocation. When you set this up, you obviously have to have some land to put into the trust. And is that where James City County has the seed money in this, the property we already have, and how it's expected to grow over time? I guess the attraction of federal money would help it grow over time to a greater extent than just purely local. But it seems like ultimately we're going to be the ones to have to put the dollar down on the counter to get it started. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes. When we came to you in September, that was what we were really assessing through our feasibility study, was the 10-year pro forma and how we might be in a position to incubate this nonprofit is what we've thought of it as. And we premised that on the units that we have in the pipeline that we are producing as the county by ourselves. And so we are trying to time the CLT to be operational coincidental with the Clark Lane, the Moores development coming online, because we want to capture right away any units that we're producing and make them part of the CLT so that the land is in service in perpetuity for affordable housing. And continuing from there on, we have other developments in the works. And that was a fairly conservative approach as well. Certainly as there are any private developers who might be interested in participating in this model, that would only grow the CLT's strength over time.
So a follow-up question kind of tied to that. It seems like we would start off very entangled with the CLT, with the plan to untangle the county and the county money. So what would that logistically look like? And if we did seed the money for the land to begin with, would the CLT, as it grows, purchase that land from the county, or would it forever be tangled up with the county being the owner of the land involved in the CLT? Hopefully that all made sense.
That's a pretty complex question, and I'm going to try and answer it as best I can in a fairly straightforward manner, but I would invite Liz or Vaughn if they have some other thoughts to share in this response. We've been working through this working group to really think about how to have it transition over time. And initially, we will be providing money directly in support of the CLT until such time as it is incorporated as its own entity, in which time we would be giving money to it as you would through the budget process to other nonprofits or community organizations. That level of support we have anticipated as far as a 10-year pro forma, and had thought about what the county's requirements might be to support it more initially in the forefront and less so in the later years as they are able to establish fees, get donations, build up grants, etc. That's operationally. But talking about land, it is a thought and the presumption that the land would be given over to the CLT in perpetuity, and that as the county develops more units, that we would continue to give that land to the Community Land Trust.
Tammy, can I just ask you to follow up on that and just indicate the source of the money that the county has used to acquire the properties?
Yes, thank you. We have used a combination of funding, and again, if Vaughn, do you want to come in? I understand it's been a combination of local and federal dollars and state dollars as well.
Good evening, Board. Yes, that's correct. So the combination of the money that we used to acquire the property at the moors was actually from the Affordable Housing Incentive Program, our AHIP program, which is residual funds that we, the county, the Office of Housing, and the Office of Housing or Neighborhood Development, through its past CDBG projects, when we sold properties, we kept that funding when we sold them. And so that money has been built up over about 25 years or so. And so we used that for the initial purchasing, which I think was around 500 and I think it was, I'd have to go back and check my numbers, but I recall it being around $500,000 when we purchased that property. Additional development for the moors is going to be a combination of some of the AHIP, but the primary source will be, we expect to be, from the Stonehouse proffer funding that is also being stored up.
Just as a reminder, that proffer was that for about 2,000 units to be constructed in Stonehouse, there would be $1,000 per unit given to a housing trust fund, basically.
Correct.
So about $2 million there.
About the makeup, Terry, of the board. Yeah, I understand the homeowners, absolutely. I understand people from the board of Supervisors being picked. But that other third, is that going to be, that's people from the public, right?
Yes.
Are they going to be looked into like we do when we appoint people to commissions or to like the Chesapeake Bay Board? Would it go through the Board of Supervisors?
It would go through the membership and the Board of Directors for those additional members. For instance, we have an application process, and we will be presenting that to you and getting your input for and selection for the members for the initial board, and then from there on for the remaining third that we might have as part of that 9-member Board of Directors. But the remaining members would be applied to the Board of Directors that exists now, or will be existing at that time, I'm sorry. And with the Executive Director that will ultimately be there, those applications will be screened, and there will be, we believe, a voting process with the membership of the CLT to select those appointees.
I'm just concerned about, how people volunteer and they don't, it's hard to get volunteers to put a lot of work into something, and I don't know that this is going to be something somebody wants to be on. I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking about that. We look at vacancies with committees and so forth, and I just go, people don't want to volunteer their time. And do you think you would find that maybe, I don't know, contractors or builder or somebody? I don't know who you would find. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there because you need to have that third. You'll always have the other 2/3, but you may not have that third.
And you have to do it that way in order to be the CHDO.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that either, I'll be honest. I mean, I understand the why, but I have the exact same thought. Is somebody going to keep showing up? Or, how do you make sure that you have somebody that is really, because this is important, and that they come in, they contribute. So that's, I mean, it is what it is. I guess they'll have to, it's in order to be the CHDO, that's the way you have to do it. But it does concern me a bit. So.
The only counterpoint I'd suggest on that is that we do have a lot of experience with such organizations like Old Town,
Yeah.
For instance, where
Right.
They will go through periods where it may be difficult to get a quorum, but then they can by adjusting their selection of people, make sure they have a commitment to the organization. My sense is that in terms of affordable housing, there are a lot of advocates in the community who feel very strongly about it, and it would probably be not easy, but there will be some options in terms of the folks who would get involved, and a clear explanation of what the expectations are would be very helpful in that. But because I can certainly understand and agree that organizations go through these cycles. On the other hand, you do have 2/3 of the board that would be coming from the board appointees and the residents of community.
I think the strength of this is having the residents on. That's what's unique, different from other things. John's right. They come and they go, but I think there are a lot of people in the community who are really into affordable housing, the concept of it, that I don't think you'd have a difficult time recruiting folks. And I mean, they can be just from individuals to people in the business world or whatever. You get a pretty wide range of people to choose from. And again, it's only 1/3 of the board. So
I understand that, but I also, we discussed last month that some of our committees,
oh yeah,
people aren't showing up to the meetings. I mean, I came into one day and they didn't even have a quorum. So I understand that, but I understand the commitment. The former governor put me on a council for the state, and he said, you've been appointed to come here, but you better darn well go to every meeting, because that's what we expect of you. And I think people say, oh yeah, I'm on this, and then they never go. And I don't mean that everybody's that way, but there are a lot of people that way. I'm perfectly happy with the homeowners being, of course, that's great, and board appointees, but I just worry about the general public. They can have all these interests, but you can't do everything.
what level of I want to say, I'll use the word oversight, because if this is a group that's going to be applying for federal funds and different grants and stuff, there's clearly going to be some oversight from the granting organizations about how those funds are used or how they're managed, which I would think would be helpful in keeping the organization more closely on track, as opposed to something that's just, okay, we'll take donations from the public, but we don't have any real oversight type of thing. That a reasonable assumption? I mean, or because I assume anytime you're going to have a grant or something, federal money or something, you're going to come with strings attached. You're going to have reporting requirements. You're going to have things, and things aren't going right, then somebody's going to come on and take a look at it.
So primarily the agency that does oversight of CHODOs is the DHCD, the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development. They're the entity that the funding is going to come through. They do audits and oversight. They audit and oversight the funding that we receive from them. The other thing is going to be, a lot of this is going to be mortgage and mortgage assistance. And so the local the local banks are they're going to have a role to play also. So there's going to be a number of, for the organization, it's going to have to do fundraising. It's going to make sure when it applies for funding that it's putting forth its audited books also. So there is a backstop with those two agencies.
I can backtrack to the board. I imagine as it's being created that there could be wording in the appointments of the board members where there's an attendance requirement. There are other organizations that have that. If you miss so many meetings, you either lose your seat or you lose your voting privilege, or you're put, for lack of a better word, on probation. That people will understand. I'm an eternal optimist. I agree. Ms. Larson talked earlier about bipartisan issues. This is a bipartisan issue. It's something that I heard a lot on the campaign trail that people of all stripes and locations are concerned about. So there's a lot of passion out there, but I also think that It's real easy to start with passion about something, and then we know attrition does occur. So just my recommendation would be look at wording for a commitment of being a board member and what happens, or if someone can be removed if they are not fulfilling their commitment, specifically from the,
Process, yep, a process for the.
right.
Thank you. I think what we can do is certainly look at the website that we're creating. We've already tried to explain in there what the expectations are of the initial board of directors, what the time commitment might be, what your responsibilities would be, so that people have a good understanding of what they're signing up for. But then moving forward, we could certainly convey the board's recommendations to the board of directors as they work to establish their bylaws with our consultant.
Questions or? So you want to address this first decision then?
Yes. Does the board concur with establishing the CLT in a way that will allow it to pursue a CHOTO designation for access to special funding and resources?
Well, let me just
do we
ask,
need-
is there any objection to that?
I think that's basically the step that needs to be taken to make it work.
Right. Okay.
Is the board comfortable with the following provisions in the organizing documents? First was the purpose, to provide decent quality housing that's affordable to low and moderate income households as a priority, with an additional ability to provide housing opportunities for households earning up to 120% of AMI to address neighborhood stability, mixed income communities, or the financial stability of the CLT's mission.
Well, I have a question about that one. I know that, because I've had questions about this affordability and housing being 80% of AMI. I struggle with that amount. And I know that, because I've asked questions about where that comes from, I know that comes from HUD. I know that being a CHOTO is affiliated with HUD. Is there any way to make that percentage lower to start off with, still carrying to the 120%, but maybe having some options that are more, maybe 70%? I see that as moderate, not necessarily really low and accessible to as
Usually
many
use
people.
40 to 80, don't we? There's a range. Is that?
So there is a range, and 80% is the upper bound. For instance, in the Moors, the first 8 units that we're going to bring out of the ground is in partnership with Peninsula Habitat and Peninsula Greater Williamsburg Habitat. We expect that those units are probably going to be with households between 40 and 60. So we're often looking to see how deep we can go. What we find, though, however, when you get in the 30% range with respect to home ownership, there's not enough capacity there typically, and that's where you start seeing subsidized housing. So for home ownership, you typically want to be between the 60 and 80. When we get up, as we move above 80 to 120, we're more in the workforce housing.
So there are some options below the 80%, was my main question. So, okay.
Because that's the slide doesn't, when I read it, I said, you're right, the slide doesn't say up to 80%. It just, so I think that's what I was concerned
Up
about.
to 120 then,
It says up to 120.
of the AM.
Certainly that wasn't my intention. I think I was just trying
Good
to
point.
fit it on the slide succinctly. If there are no objections to the purpose, we'll move on to the structure. The CLT will be a member-based organization with a tripartite board of directors. And then the board of directors will have 9 directors initially, appointed by the Board of Supervisors to staggered terms of 1 to 3 years. Over time, the board of directors will transition to 2/3 of the board of directors being elected by its members. The final question is the board ready for staff to start the board of directors recruitment process? Following your affirmation of that today, we would plan, as I mentioned, to do our recruitment with marketing of the opportunity through news releases, direct mailings. Certainly if you had any people you thought would be ideal members, we would ask you to reach out to them. We'd have the application available online in the coming weeks and have it open for a period of time. We also planned that open house at the end of March to allow folks to come and chat with us in person. Certainly, we'd be available any other time as well.
I think on that latter point, I'd almost suggest that they be invited to a meeting where there would be a presentation to present, to explain the whole community land trust and the role of the board of directors in that, because I think there may be a lot of people who would have an interest but not really know whether it's something that they would be directly involved in.
Yes.
So, just
That's a good point. If you have an educational type of thing for folks who maybe don't know that much about it, because I can tell you, I've got a couple, 2 or 3 folks that I think would just love to do this, but they don't know anything about it right now, you know, and so I think having an opportunity for them to come in and sit down and look at it to see whether they really are interested, yeah.
Yeah, I would also make sure that we get a good spectrum of
Yes.
people, perhaps some younger people who. You're so welcome.
She sure wasn't gonna point my direction.
Who are the ones, you know, as we know, first-time home buyers now are in their 40s, mid-40s. So, and this is an area where we wouldn't be doing this if we didn't have issues with home cost, you know. So I would certainly cast a wide net. And I mean, I really appreciate, I'm sure we all, you know, I had a person come to mind immediately as well, but I think it's really important that we get a wide range of people on there.
and ultimately, some of those people will be the people who are living in the communities and community land trust homes.
Like
So
she's saying, that won't happen until you get
That's
people
right.
in there
That's right.
to do that.
Yep.
Yeah, so in the beginning, it'll be different.
One not related to this question, I know that the Williamsburg Area to Realtors Group has done a lot. I imagine y'all are working with them, or there's some kind of communication, because I know they have a lot of research and are really advocates of this. So-
Yes, Vaughn Poller has been in touch with Susan Gaston over the past several months just to talk about our respective efforts, and they're very supportive of this concept and feel that, you know, it can really make an impact in our area.
That could be a good place to.
I remember when I interviewed with the realtors, that was one of the things that they wanted to discuss. They were
Yeah,
very,
they
there was a
did,
great
yeah.
level of interest in it, so.
And they have a lot of research, and they have
Yeah.
some documents about where it has worked well. So, okay.
We've also made a presentation to the Williamsburg Community Foundation. We were invited to do so, and they were also intrigued and enthusiastic about this idea. So we plan to make as many rounds as we can to spark interest in this concept and participation in the board of directors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was a great presentation and good discussion. Landscape ordinance, and that's Paul Holt. Mr. Holt, nice to see you.
Very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you very much for those decisions on the last topic. Tammy and Vaughn do make it easy to get to only 3 questions. There's a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and it does feel like this program is something that will make a meaningful difference and something we will all be proud of for sure. Mr. Chair, members of the board, back on October 28th, we provided the board with an overview of the county's landscape ordinance. That PowerPoint is included in your agenda packets, only as reference, I promise. I'm not going to go through it today. But today really is just more of a follow-up. Oh no.
Speed reading.
Phew, that's right.
was a
Okay,
quick
thank you very
follow-up.
much. That concludes my presentation.
Way too fast for me.
All in favor, say aye.
Today really is that just follow-up opportunity for staff to receive any consensus or direction from the board, should you want staff to draft any desired changes to that current code. Based on feedback received to date, it could be that a tiered waiver process is created based on objective factors, such as whether or not a property is along a community character corridor or within a community character area, whether or not property is used for industrial purposes, or whether or not a project is new development or infill development, just as a couple of examples. While such changes to the code would not impact or affect previously adopted legislative cases, such changes, should they be adopted, be incorporated into the zoning ordinance, those changes would potentially be applicable to new or amended by right cases moving forward. With that, I'll turn it back over to the board for questions or clarifications and for your discussion and direction.
See, well, this is part of my issue is that, I don't mean to come across so.
All right.
Take a deep breath.
all good.
The community character corridor, but as I've mentioned before, and I know we're not going to make changes to past cases, understand that, but I'm going to use Frothy as an example. Because if a tow truck operator would have moved in there, it's a community character, it's along the community character, but I believe in talking with staff in the past, they would not have had the landscape requirements that because it changed use, and I've said this before, nothing against tow truck. We all need them. I've called them myself. I'm a member of AAA. But that's where I struggle so much, because then what we're asking for is a lot, and I appreciate that. I mean, this place is beautiful, and we hear that. I think visitors, the beauty of it, and we've done so much to maintain it. I'm just looking for some type of compromise to say, okay, if you're going to move in there with a car repair business, you're going to have to do that as well. Like, it almost feels like we're trying to penalize somebody that beautifies, does something different. It's frankly is a better use in a community character corridor. So that's where I have such a yin and a yang. And then as we met this morning at our retreat, and I'm sure Supervisor Noel will go into this more, we talked about water and, what are some different landscape things that we could be using so we're not irrigating so much. So I don't know that I'm, I don't know what I'm exactly asking for, but I'm frustrated.
No,
And
fair enough, because it is a dense portion of the zoning ordinance for sure. Just a little bit of a distinction though with that reference. So the amount of landscaping that is required is generally proportional to what's being proposed for development. So in the example of that specific property, if that tow truck company moved into the existing building and that was it, there really would not be any requirements for new landscaping if it was by right. Certainly, a towing company that would add, let's say, an outdoor yard for storage and operations, that would have to meet all of the screening requirements that are within the landscape ordinance. So, but you're right, if somebody were to move into an existing business with no new construction and the infill redevelopment we talk about promoting in the comp plan, that would generally, again, unless there are new proposed improvements, there would generally not be. But, to your point, some of that staff could probably achieve in clarifying, could be portions of a statement of intent. It could be some portions in there clarifying as to the applicability of the different parts to better set those expectations and better help walk through that. And we could even supplement that with additional information materials at the staff level. So there are a couple of straightforward things right there for that piece in particular.
Okay, and I do want to be clear, understanding that there's RPA and different things
Sure.
that behind, I'm not
Chesapeake
talking about,
violations, yeah.
absolutely, I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just trying to find a way that, you know, because I don't want to see something, I don't want to see so much that it's just a mess, which frankly, we've got some of that sometimes. Plus, we've got things that die because, you know, so I'm just looking to see if there's a way, holistic approach that we can look, find some places we might be able to make some change for the, you know, and find something that works for us and works for people that want to put a business in here, but not have such a landscape ordinance that it's just such a huge part of their budget that they can't do it. And I know I'm sure that
I think
Ms.
you're
Knoll
looking
wants
for
to
the
speak.
balance between preserving character and not making reusing a property for a different purpose prohibitive. And I think we've all heard that a lot.
That's not what that's not what I brought up a couple months ago with
Right.
Ruth. And you know who I'm talking about, is the nice property out on Fenton Mill Road. It's not a community character road. It's A1, and they're putting a building in the back, and now they're being required to put in 300 new shrubs and stuff. And I've sat with Brandon a couple of times, and he says, I'm happy to put some more across the front, Barbara. I'm fine with that. But why all the way along back into the property where there's trees standing there? Then they're buying that piece of property on 30 for all their offices, sits way back off the road. And he called me and said, they have told me I have to put it, it's over $20,000. So my questions are, you know, when both properties sit back off the road, you know, a nice little entrance with trees and that and so forth is fine, but how many trees per square foot are we asking people to put in? Because I live in a development where 70 feet apart, you have to have a tree. That's fine, that's great, it looks beautiful. But this shrub and that shrub and this shrub, and then you said he could come back to you guys and he got the same. I wasn't on the meeting, so I don't know, but evidently he came along with the same feeling that it's just overkill. I think it's overkill. I think something nice looks nice, spread out. And of course, when things get bigger, I mean, look at Colonial Heritage. The first section, you can't even see down the road. There's so many trees. So one is commercial, I believe, and then the other one is agriculture. Both are agriculture. It doesn't matter, but it's just too much burden on a company that pays a lot of money into our taxes and so forth. It's not a development. It's not 10 houses. It's not a beautiful, you know, even Frothy Moon. I think it looks great, so I don't have any problem with that. But I think we're pushing people too far. I think what we're doing is requiring too much of them. And when you start doing that, they'll go to New Kent. And we don't want that. And we don't want that. Yeah. Especially David Nice, for crying out loud. How much stuff has he built here? And everything he's built is beautiful. But it doesn't have a tree every 2 feet or every 5 feet. So I thought, you know, how do they come up with the numbers that are needed? Or why can't they take that paper he has and just cross off every other one? You know, something along that line. We have to be logical. We have to work with these people, and we have to be logical, but we don't want to make things so prohibitive that they don't want to live, you know, they don't want to do it here, and that's not right either. Community character, Forge Road, I have no problem with, but Fenton Mill, Route 30, come on, you know, it's just, we have to look at where it is, who it's going to impact, make it look attractive, and not go overboard with what we're demanding of them.
Sure. So again, I think that's where some of the consensus or some of the direction that the board could provide staff is to really what you're looking for. You know, I tried to highlight and categorize the different requirements that are applicable to different portions of the site as part of that PowerPoint summary. So currently there are requirements for landscaping along the frontage of the property, along the road. Similar to your examples, we have heard where the current ordinance does require a mix of trees and shrubs. I think we've received feedback that from the development community, they would, where there are existing trees along the road frontage, they would prefer not to have to add in the shrubs as a component. In the ordinance, it also distinguishes separately from along the roadway side and rear property lines. Those are more general standards. Now, those will increase. Let's say if there's a commercial piece of property sitting next to a piece that's zoned for residential, those buffer widths, those landscape buffer widths will increase in width. Certainly with the same ability to take credit for trees that remain. But, again, as you had brought up, if there's a desire for the planting requirements to be reduced either along the road or the side and rear, that would be very helpful direction for staff. And certainly internal to the property, we have requirements for landscaping within parking lots to screen things like BMPs and for landscaping around the buildings. Whether that building is 50 feet off the road or 500 feet off the road, those requirements are still there. All of the flexibility and the options and the tree credits, all of that within the current ordinance, though, does say at the end of it, when you go in property specific and use specific, and you take all of the credits and you move the stuff around and you look back at the total counts, the ordinance as it's written today doesn't give staff the ability to reduce those minimums. And so, again, based on maybe some of those objective criteria we've shared, if you all have some others, if you would like, there's already reductions in there for industrial zoned property already. But, if there is consensus in the direction from the board that you would like to create opportunities within the ordinance to, do fewer plantings, maybe there's some more trees and little to no shrubs for each of those areas, we'd be happy to bring you back some options for that. Those options aren't in there now. Like I say, the current ordinance remains mostly the same since it was adopted in 1990, but it does require, when it's all said and done, you add bigger trees and don't add smaller trees, and you take credit for ones that are out there, that the requirements for what's being proposed still need to be met somewhere on the site, so there's no net reduction. But again, if the board desires to have to bring you all back some options based on some criteria to reduce those quantities, we can definitely do that for you.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
We're kind of, a lot of Board of Supervisors have committees that they sit on in their respective, and we don't, which I'm sure nobody sitting here wants another meeting, but this might be something that where, it might be better if someone's interested in being part of this conversation to come in to meet with you in your office and look, because what I find so helpful a lot with planning is you will show, this is what this looks like this way, this is what it looks like this way. We did that when we were looking at Forge Road and the setbacks and that kind of thing. So it might be useful, and it, understanding this is not going to be done in a month, but to be a part of that conversation, to be able to come back to say, this is what we've looked at, or you can do it your way, but which I'm okay with
Anyway,
too. But I think looking at what it would mean, seeing it is just very helpful. And because, now we're getting on, we've got John's retreat, James JCC. So we got to make sure we work all that in as well. But I would be interested
So
in,
I think
being
if I-
able-
if I could just say, I think that probably we're all interested
Okay.
in this question, and it would be a good question for a work, a workshop kind of
Yeah, which that-
situation. And I'd be interested to know, for instance, whether staff feels that some of the estimates of how much it would cost to be consistent with the landscape ordinance, they would agree with or not, because sometimes people will say, oh, it's going to cost me $1 billion to do this, and other people would say, oh, no, you could do it for, $400. That's maybe a little bit extreme, but it's important for us to remember that there are different kinds of objectives we're trying to solve with one ordinance here. The thing that always strikes me is that when people come to visit our community, the most common reaction I hear is, it's just so beautifully green. And that's because in a lot of instances, we have hidden effectively some development, especially residential developments that have buffers along community corridors, so that people don't really understand that there's a couple of hundred homes behind that. Or that if there's an industrial plant that's not trying to attract business into it, that again, it's screened. We've created these industrial parks that mean that people aren't even aware of how much of industrial activity is going on in the county, in both the north and the south of the county. That maybe there's some opportunities for some creativity. If it's a commercial activity that is looking to draw in customers, maybe there's a way to balance things so that attractive plantings or more work to give people the sense that this is a welcoming kind of community with lots of greenery, but maybe not the full buffers that we talk about in other instances, or maybe you don't want to prevent people from seeing a ground-mounted sign that says this is a restaurant that you might want to come and try, or a gift shop or something like that. So I think it would be useful for us to get some sense of whether there's another way to tackle this issue, because I understand that there's a serious issue in terms of people who feel like they are having to make expenditures that they don't want to, because it really doesn't affect their particular business, and that it really might not be on a road where you're going to change anything very substantially by using a different standard. But I just think we probably need to take a look at some options. So is that something that we might be able to?
Absolutely, yeah. Ms. Larson, I may not be able to do it in the next 30 days.
I would-
We'll
I would-
definitely pull all that together.
I would offer one more thing, is it's important to me, the people who deal with this on the most intimate, close-up basis are the staff. And what I'm hearing is that the staff feels that some of the ordinances don't give them enough flexibility in certain areas. And I'm receptive to listening to that. I think what I would like to hear back is, that this is an outline of some objective criteria, because one of the problems that you always have when you start having a waiver authority is consistency. And it has to be objective as much as possible. There's always going to be some subjectivity in it. But, when you start having a waiver process, the first thing you're going to get is somebody going to say, well, he got a better waiver than I got. And okay, well, or we look at the criteria, did we meet the criteria? But I'm actually interested in hearing from staff perspective what tools you think could be put in place to help deal with the situations you have to deal with that would make our users more happy, potentially, and without degrading what we are trying to maintain.
Right. That was, with Brandon, he says, I don't have any problem putting more along the road, Barbara, but why do I have to go all the way back?
But,
Because it's already existing. All right, and then I drove that whole road, and there's houses and stuff, and most of the houses don't have anything in front of them. Then a couple houses have something in front of them because they're newer, and the older ones don't have anything. So I don't think we're ruining the character. He's not objecting to that at all. And in the new place, I mean, it's gonna be sitting there by itself, but it'll be done in the front and where it's required, but it's the amount, it's the number, that's making people
I
crazy.
think on that particular one, I think what the current ordinance requires today would be a whole lot less. We did provide him the same response that because that was adopted legislatively, we can't change it at the staff level. You have to come all the way back through the process. So he definitely has that option for
So,
sure.
in summary, especially since we're pushing 3:30 already, it sounds like everyone is on board with giving the staff direction to draft some options. And I'm looking at I think what we're talking about, where there is and isn't flexibility, and where there isn't flexibility, that's what we want to look at, taking into account, is someone revitalizing an old business for a new business, even if there is some change in the footprint, and then also new business and where it's located and how it's viewed from the road. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, the answer is yes. We would love for staff to draft a tiered waiver process, and I would love, if you have some business owners in the community, to also engage in that communication, because I've had too many conversations with our wonderful small business owners that are looking to get out of James City County, and I would like to keep them here and bring more here, and I think this is one of the avenues that we can do that.
I guess the only modification I would make to that is that you not necessarily draft those options, but show us some options so that we can give you feedback.
I think what I'm hearing is next steps for staff. We'll go out, collect some of this information. We'll do another check-in point, because I think the more specific direction you can give us, the more helpful it would be.
Not really talking about residential. We're talking.
Correct.
We're
Right.
talking,
Yeah, it'd be commercial and
uses,
industrial
SUPs.
and,
Yeah,
yeah, non-residential.
yeah, residential is not an issue.
Sure.
And then we were talking about water this morning. That's what Ms. Larson was talking about. We're just saying water, is so special here, and we're at the end of our ropes as far as the sewer system. And we had a great talk, but people are using water. We've got to get to the point where we don't require people to water their lawns. Now, Stonehouse, from what I understand, the new development out there is not going to allow irrigation.
So most all of the current developments do have to enter a water conservation agreement with JCSA. The real struggle there becomes the ordinance, while it encourages plantings that are native to this part of Virginia, which historically do not require a lot of water once you get them established, it's not a requirement.
No.
And so folks can choose to use plants that need a lot of water to stay alive that are not native to our area, which is why they need a lot of water to survive our summer heat. So.
They're going to pay for it. They will pay for it. But
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, we talk about, everybody's got to have irrigation, and they've got to have this, they've got to have that. And they said 25% of our water consumption in the county is irrigation.
Grass,
Oh
yeah,
my
for
God,
sure.
that's a lot.
Yeah.
That is a lot of water.
Be nice
So we
to
need to be
require more native plantings.
Yeah,
for
more native
sure.
plants and
That
more
would
things
take
that are just,
a lot
you
of that
can leave
pressure
them and they
off.
don't die on you.
Sure.
Thank you, Paul.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Gee, you've been quiet, Mr. Stevens. Why don't you take the next topic, which I
You
believe
know,
is.
at least started. It really was just a conversation. I think Mr. Eisenhower wanted to talk about maybe board direction on budget, and Cheryl Holland and I are here to answer any questions about process. We went over some of that at the retreat, so we've got slides, could talk back through that. That would be helpful. But in terms of the discussion item today, I think Mr. Eisenhower wanted to start that off.
Yeah, one of the things I would look at is, I think we were looking at, what was the average for the reassessment, about 12% countywide?
Yes, sir.
Which is pretty significant, again. And as usual, there'll be a pretty wide range from one end to the other. I think what I wanted to do is to sort of, after having absorbed a lot of that big increase last time over a 2-year period for some pretty legitimate needs, but nonetheless, it was a pretty big hit for a lot of our folks. I think it's probably beneficial for us to consider how we would want to look at what we're required to advertise, which is the quote, the revenue neutral tax rate. Whereas they take the, I guess I'm understanding what our property taxes were last year, and then adjusting for the book value, that rate would have to be to produce the same revenue. And so that gives us something, I think last year it was like 74 cents or something down. So the question I have is that what I really don't think we ought to be doing is building the budget to 83 cents. But I think we do need to build it a little higher than what the revenue neutral is, and for a couple of good reasons. One of the things that we discussed this year, it didn't get passed. It got put into committee and it'll be studied for another year and come back. And that is, it ignores the impact of inflation. If you want to talk about revenue, you can talk about purchasing power, not absolute dollars, because absolute dollars are never constant. They're always dynamic and changing. So that I would think that if whatever we look at a revenue neutral, we need to adjust that for inflation. And this last year it was 2.7%. So that that we would incorporate that. I believe that the process by figuring that revenue neutral also takes out the growth, so that we do incorporate, when we set this, we do the growth is then realized on the net book, so that we do get we are able to compensate for growth. And so looking at two things, inflation and growth, I think that's the minimum that we need to be looking at, setting a tax rate to accommodate that, as opposed to what the ordinance calls for, but would be considerably less than what the current 83 cents. And so that, on a personal level, that's what I would tell Scott, is that I would say, when you're going to build the budget, please take that into consideration. And the reason is because otherwise, if we build it at 83 cents and then we decide we want to do something less, now we're in a process of going through with a meat axe and a chainsaw and everything. Whereas when they look at this, they can look at this and build it, and then you can actually have incremental. Okay, if we did another 1 or 2 pennies, what would be the next thing you would fund that otherwise gets cut, so that you can make some value judgments as we get back in. And then the second thing I would talk about was that once the budget is released, I think I discussed this with Mr. McGlennon, is that I'm not interested in going back like we used to, of sitting down with the thing and going line item by line item through every page of the budget. But I am interested in sitting down and going through the budget on a page-by-page basis, or a department-by-department basis. Sometimes there'll be no question or very minimal questions, but we go through. And one of the things we did in the past was we used to have a little crib sheet up on the wall. And we would reach a point and we'd say, well, why was that cut out? Or why is that there? And if we took it out, what would that do to the budget? Or why is that not there? If we put it in, what would it do to the budget? And we could make some decisions as we were going through and looking at this process, so that we could make value judgments about it as we were going through, and make some determinations. And this is all, the basic budget itself is going to be laid out. This is sort of, I would call it tweaking. But what I'm concerned about is if we don't give the direction or the input, and it's built one way, then it's not tweaking. It's major surgery. So that was my whole concern with looking at this. And I've been dealing with this process on what the state statute requires, and it's very confusing. And I'm sure I would think you would probably tell me it's not an easy thing to figure out. But I've got an eyeball figure on it. I imagine you'll be able to give us the details on that later on as we get closer. That was my whole guidance that I would want to give to you, that we consider that I think we need to be very judicious and accommodate growth plus inflation. And
I think that's this zero, starting at zero neutral is fine, and but we have got to lower the tax rate. We have got to. People are taxed out after their property values going up and so forth. So we have to lower it below 83. I would love 75, but let's see what numbers we come up with.
I think that's
It might be too low, but let's see what it looks like.
And then the other thing I talk about is, some of the major things that we're looking at. You're going to start with schools, because, obviously a lot of what we're going to do with schools is going to depend upon what the state decides to do. And we don't know.
We don't know. That's the part of the problem.
And so that's where the give and take comes. So
right.
there may be times when we have to decide, oh, no, we do want to put some money there. But when we do that, we need to be able to justify that to the taxpayer, that this is where the money's going and why it's needed.
School needs to justify their budget.
So knowing that our employees have put their requests in and you're currently working on the budget, do we need to set a target for staff? Because we're pushing very close up against them presenting budget to us. So it seems like they would need some firm direction in what to prepare. I mean, March is next week and presentation is at the end of the month, correct?
We do release the budget at the end of March. And then,
Right.
so that would be out publicly. We would talk about it. The presentation to the board really happens
Sure.
in April.
Right, so if we're going to ask you to work on a 74, 75
75
cent
cents.
budget versus an 83 budget, you would prefer to have something to work with now, I would imagine.
I know that we appreciate all guidance, and I do want to be able to present the options as to what cutting certain items would mean, and if we cut the tax rate down, what implications does that have? I know currently we are still meeting with departments. This week we wrap up our departmental meetings. It's a very important phase because we do have that opportunity to speak with the departments, consider other options if there are potentially grants available, or are there savings this year? Did they not incur an expenditure and now they have the opportunity to potentially pay for those one-time costs that they've requested in FY27? There's only so much of that we can do. There are certain costs that we have to pay each year, but that is part of the process that we're going through right now. I know that at the April 14th board meeting, that's when we will be presenting the public hearing on the tax rate. So we are going to be calculating that in March, determining that revenue neutral rate. That's part of our process as well.
What was the result of that game we do with Scott, to put all the stickers? What was the result of that, or do you have that?
You know, I've got them. I didn't bring them today to talk through that. I have looked at those, and we
Okay.
will use that in trying to prioritize some of the
Things that
CIP.
we thought we could take
It-
out are putting things in priority.
Yeah, and it is not an absolute data-driven process. If it was, I think the only things that would ever pop out would be public safety. And I don't mean that in a bad
Yeah,
format,
Yeah.
but you wouldn't do the parks and recs that we do. And we do a phenomenal parks and recreation program, but it's at a pretty high cost in CIP projects and staffing. And, you know, to the tune of what we've shared at the retreat was about 15 million in new revenues expected if the tax rate doesn't change and you don't do anything with other taxes. So if you take away that 13.5 million, and I'm not saying we are or are not in the proposed budget, but if your desire is to have a revenue, I say revenue neutral, you take away that 13 million, almost all of that, you had 30 million in new requests from departments. So we can absolutely reduce it to whatever. And what we've tried to do in past years is start with what the departments have asked for and start showing you what we didn't include initially to give you a list. So you'll know of the 30 million, what we didn't include. And we're happy to take that to whatever level, but there's $3 million in positions. Do we need new positions? We do at some point. Do we need them this year? You know, maybe not. We're a growing community and people are fine until they have to wait a week to get an answer. And that takes people, right? It does take our staff to be able to respond, whether it's police and fire, whether it's general services, whether it's planners and code enforcements. A raise for our employees is 4% raise is $3 million. We don't have to do that. We can do a 1%, but then we're not keeping up. And at some point, we have a problem with staffing. And right now, we're in a good place for staffing. You have put a lot of money into staffing, but it caught us up. It didn't get us very far ahead. We were just above average with that, and it has made a significant difference. But those are things. School operations is $5 million more this year. So that 30 million, $5's got to go to schools. You've already committed that by contract and what we paid last year. So those are the things we will bring back. It really comes back to personnel. If you want us to reduce costs, it is reducing positions. They are 31% of our budget. Outside agencies, which includes the school, is 61% of our budget. So our operating budget is about 8 or 9% of your overall cost. You can go department by department in the operating budgets, but lots of those parts, and we can help you through that, is maintenance on equipment, is fuel, is insurance. It are things that you really have very little ability to influence. We can cut 100,000 out of that easily. Can we cut 5 million? We can't. It will be the outside agency support. It will be personnel. And we do have, Cheryl and team have tried really hard to sort of show you where those coming, so you know what we've taken out as we present a proposed budget. And it's never, this is the same, I say, maybe different orders of magnitude some years, but we always have more requests from our departments than we have revenue to support. And so that's always a challenge, and the board absolutely can remove any of that. And we'd like to provide that guidance on, if you take another million, where's it come from? But again, it will be no more new positions next year. It will be reducing some of those ongoing recurring costs, because CIP has an influence, but your recurring costs are what really we've got to plan for year after year after year versus a one-time.
One thing I've discussed with like Doug over at JCSA is we're giving people raises every single year. You know, I worked at airline with no raises for 13 years, so, you know, I don't understand why that's expected every year, but we did get COLA. So what is COLA every year? We could just do that.
And
What
Ms.
was
Snow,
it this year, 2%?
we have given raises almost every year.
Yeah.
And ours have generally been a general wage increase. So there's not a step system for the county. There is no automatic increase that if you've been here 2 years, you get a step, and no other 2 years, you get a step. JCSA has implemented that. I didn't believe the county could afford that and didn't recommend that to you in our last pay study. So we do an annual general wage increase, and that has not generally been tied to merit. Historically, 10 or 15 years ago, we did have a small merit program that went along with that. The past years have been 4% and 5%. Those were what was going on, but that again was trying to keep pace with those around us. And it doesn't matter in 1 year, but in 2 or 3 or 4, then you start losing people to other localities. And that's the risk and the challenge. We do all look at what the localities around us, those closer competitors to us, are doing, because I do think that matters. And we want to retain really good people here, and it does take a good salary to do that. So, but whatever direction you want to give, we're happy to take and try to
I mean, I
model
don't
the
mean
budget
to
for that.
say that the people that working here don't deserve a raise. I'm not saying that, but maybe we don't need to hire 25 more people.
Maybe not.
That's what I'm probably saying, is that we've got to cut somewhere.
So I just want to take a slightly different approach and say that I think that we all would like to see the property tax rate reduced, given the very large increases we've had recently. But I also want to get the professional judgment of the administrator. And I don't particularly like the idea of picking a tax rate right now and saying, okay, now, get your budget recommendation in line with this. I'd rather hear what he thinks we should be doing in terms of budgeting this year, and then we can make determinations about whether, yeah, well, we'd like to do that, but it's just not on our budget for this coming year, or well, do you really think you can get by without that? And we had the report from the director of the Colonial Behavioral Health that they were turning away people, referring them to other folks because they were losing staff. We were in danger of losing some of our vital staff in the last couple of years. I want to know if those are pressures that that the administrator is bringing to us. I think he's heard a message that we want to work on that tax rate. But part of it's going to depend on a lot of moving pieces right now that will determine how much money is going to be available for supporting schools. I mean, do we want to address the problems that the schools came to us about in terms of compensation? Yeah, but can we? Is that going to be an open question? I think it would just be, from my perspective, a little bit more helpful if we had not just a decision that, yes, here's the budget we want you to the tax rate number we want you to use and come in with that, but rather get another piece of advice, which is basically, as the person who's running this operation on a day-to-day basis, here's what I think we need to do.
So I have a couple one, in talking with a lot of my Virginia colleagues, they've gotten their budget. So I don't know if it's possible to, move up, not this year, but moving, yeah, can you get it by March 1st? But just something I think we ought to think about, because it gives us more time to delve into the nitty gritty. I am not in favor of setting a tax rate at this point. I would rather see it based on, and I mean, for God's sake, it's the end of February. So I mean, I would hope you're further along than this. But I would rather say this is where we are with our current. And if you want to take it down to 74, 75 cents, this is what's, because I think what's going to have to go is going to be quite significant. And if you're okay with that, great. You're okay with that. But I'm for me, that's not an approach that I am at this point willing to take. So there's that for me.
Absolutely fair, and I know that it has been a goal in terms of providing information to the board at an earlier time, and we do start this process in the summertime of the prior year, so we have been working with departments since then to determine their needs, and then it is just that going through the details and developments because we do rely on information from the state or other sources that we don't get until later in the process, and so it is definitely something that the budget team has wanted to move forward on earlier.
And just
Yeah,
as a reminder, I think people sometimes forget this, that because the tax rate has remained the same, but we did take action a couple of years ago to effectively reduce the tax rate by 5 cents. By basically taking a surplus that had been generated in the previous year and applying it to that year's budget in order to recognize the impact that assessments were having. So we don't have that luxury this time around, I don't think, of that magnitude of maybe we do, who knows?
I do want to make one follow-up that really concerns me, and that's about the schools. And, we're in a very weird position in Virginia where we allocate the money, but we don't get a say on how they spend their money. And, I'll push back a little bit on, they had their meeting and they have people that are coming to them. They want a particular sport. And they said, well, you got to go to the Board of Supervisors in the city. And, well, it's not really fair because they decide how to spend their money. And so they want to include a new sport. They can look at their budget. But the one thing that I am going to support for them is compensation. They have come to us. They have done a compensation study. They are woefully behind Newport News, York County, New Kent. They're losing. I mean, you can go to their agendas and pull up their personnel actions and see the teachers that they're losing that are going to other school divisions. And I could not in good conscience not support a compensation study. And I could not in good conscience not support compensation for the employees here when I don't think, frankly, a COLA of 2% is going to do it. When we're saying, oh, everything's going up, but we're not going to compensate for that. So that is going to, I may very well be outvoted. I understand that. But I just have to say that I think the school system has shown that they need a compensation study. They are willing to piece it, but I believe it is my duty to support that. And so just like we did a few years ago for this. Anyway, sorry, I'm done.
That clear things up for your.
It does provide us with guidance, and again, we will be providing information as soon as possible. Thanks.
And I also believe, we've got the collective bargaining issue hanging out there, which has passed the Senate, which you have shown us what that means to our tax rate. And so we can't ignore that. And that's on the school side and on the James City County side. So, we're going to have to somehow account for that when we're having these discussions as well. So.
Okay. All right, so, Mr. Eisenhower, I think you also had the next item you wanted to talk about, development oversight.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. No decision points on this one, but certainly going to share with you some of the information, some of the things we've been doing as staff over the last couple of years, thanks in large part to support from the board. And you can, of course, then let me know what else I can bring you back or what else I can do on this particular item, but really just a few updates for you on the county's surety process. As you know, it's designed to ensure that required public improvements are installed as reflected on approved development plans. That could be for either site plans or for residential subdivisions. A couple of years ago, the board put into place additional resources to allow us to better proactively manage and track the surety process and the completion of required public improvements. These included items such as a new dedicated staff person within the Stormwater Resource Protection Division, and you all also adopted an enhanced fee structure for annual surety renewals, which discourages sureties from being renewed long-term. With these additional resources over the last 3 or 4 years, staff has been able to reprioritize our surety database to focus more on resolving the oldest projects first, revised staff workflows to proactively reach out to developers in advance of their surety renewal dates, mandating that anticipated project completion timelines be shared with staff. We've worked in partnership with VDOT to clarify the street acceptance process, and we've also documented these processes in new flowcharts and publications that we share with developers. VDOT has really stepped up on their end as well, and they have recently put into place several structural process changes within the Williamsburg residency to better facilitate and assist that street acceptance process. So my great thanks to them as well. We've created a new annual proactive process that we're using with the county attorney's office when we need to elevate outstanding items and issues beyond the developer and onto the bonding and financial institutions themselves, since really they're the ones providing the monetary guarantees. Over the last 12 months, we've also continued to work with the county attorney's office to comprehensively overhaul and update all of our surety agreement templates, our financial guarantee document templates, again, with the goal of better setting expectations on the county side. This proactive approach and the board provided resources have also helped us make improvements to the as-built process, requiring developers to provide information on responsible land disturbers and documenting who will be responsible for completing the as-built process following completion of construction. I will share that these results of these efforts have really produced a lot over the last 36 months especially. We've been able to complete and close out more than 24 projects that were more than 10 years old. We had at least 10 projects that were between 5 and 10 years old that we were able to close out. And there were some other ones that we were holding on to with all their surety as well. All totaled up came close to $5 million in surety that we were able to resolve and get off of our books. It's probably well over that. I know I missed counting some of those when I looked back through our list this morning. But overall, we're finding these changes and efforts and support from the board are making a tremendous proactive difference. Chatting with the county attorney's office, I think Adam would agree. We don't know of another locality in the state that's being more proactive or effective than us, and certainly within the limitations currently imposed on us by state code, certainly think we're doing as much as we are able to do. But really with that oversight in mind, be happy to answer any questions or provide more information.
Any questions, comments?
Wish we had the ability to dictate speed and mandate completion, but don't have that authority under state code.
Right.
I know that's a frustration point for many. Want older ones to hurry up. We just don't have the ability to influence those timelines, but
My congratulations on a lot of the work you've done with a lot of the communities and clearing up stormwater issues predominantly, street acceptances. You know, it's always ugly to find out that, oh my God, we've got a street that hadn't been accepted. It should have been 25 or 30 years ago. So I think the exhaustive approach you've taken has sort of picked up a lot of those. I really appreciate it.
Anybody else have anything? Thanks, Mr. Holt. Okay, we have one board consideration, the fiscal year 2025 school year-end spending plan appropriation. Ms. Holland.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. Back again. I'm
Oh,
Cheryl
and
Holland.
by the way, congratulations on your recent appointment as the Assistant Director of the FMS.
Thank you.
Is that the right title?
Yes, yes. And today I'm here to present to you for your consideration a resolution regarding the Williamsburg-James City County School Division's remaining FY 2025 surplus. According to the Code of Virginia, if a school division has unexpended local funds at the end of a fiscal year, for example, through excess revenues or expenditure savings, then those funds go back to the applicable locality. The joint agreement for the WJCC schools specifies that for any school surplus, James City County and the City of Williamsburg will dedicate 90% of their share of that surplus to future school use, and the remaining 10% will be retained by the locality. For FY25, WJCC schools' year-end surplus totaled approximately $6.4 million. This amount was divided between the two localities based on proportionate share of enrollment applicable at that time. For FY25, the county's proportionate share was 89.73%, which means that approximately $5.74 million of the surplus was returned to the county. The remaining $657,000 was returned to the City of Williamsburg. Again, according to the joint agreement, the county retains 10% of our $5.74 million, so that's roughly $574,000, and 90%, or $5,169,906, is committed to future school use. Of these committed funds, the county already appropriated $1 million as part of the FY26 adopted budget to increase the county's contribution to school operations this fiscal year. Another $2 million of the surplus was built into the planned capital improvement program to support school capital requests in future fiscal years. And specifically going back to the plan, it was FY27 is the planned use for that. Factoring in these already planned uses, the county's remaining share of the FY25 surplus is $2,169,906. The school division has requested funds to establish a healthcare reserve to assist with the school division's transition to a self-funded health plan. They requested $4.5 million for this purpose, which they estimated would cover about 2 months' worth of anticipated claims costs, and they also requested another $650,000 for textbooks. The county's share of these requests would be approximately $4.6 million, but again, the remaining surplus for FY25 is this $2.17 million. The resolution before you appropriates the remaining amount of the surplus, the $2.17 million, in the county's FY26 general fund budget to help support the school division's healthcare reserves. And separate and apart from this resolution, I will say that the board could consider using any FY26 surplus that the schools may have to potentially fund the remainder of the healthcare reserve that they wanted and the textbooks as well. So that's something for the board to consider. We don't have an estimate yet. We're more than halfway through the year, and I know we're working with the schools in order to figure out how their year is looking, but once we have an estimate of that, we would be able to consider building in that potential use of their FY26 surplus. All right.
Questions for?
Can I just clarify?
Yeah.
For this, the action is to reappropriate money they've given back to us. That's the action of the 2.1 million. The other part that Ms. Holland alluded to is they still need more in their healthcare reserve, and I believe they need that $4 million. It just didn't exist in our funding plan. And what we were trying to encourage is just to let them move that money so their year-end surplus would be less coming back to us. It wouldn't require future board action. You just wouldn't get that money back. And as long as you're okay with that, that was really what I had shared with the superintendent that I would hope we would be able to do, because I think they need that reserve for sure for the healthcare and then for the textbook at a lesser amount. So doesn't sound like there are any concerns with that.
Is that, that's not reflected in the resolution though, right?
That is not in the resolution because I think once they have the funding, they could move it there for that purpose.
Yes.
But I wouldn't, if they do that, which I think they have the ability to do, I'd like them to know that you're supportive or you don't support that. You know, it's like most of what Ms. Larson said, we give them the money and they can sort of allocate it and spend it as they see fit. But I do think generally what they've put together in front of you in terms of CIP and their operating budgets, I believe that's where they're spending the money in most cases every year. So I just didn't want to send them in a direction that you found out in September they did that and you were unhappy that they did that. If you have concerns with them putting it in the healthcare reserve or textbook reserve, I would want to share that with the superintendent so he's aware of that action would not be well received by the board. I support it. I just
Well,
want to make sure.
Yeah, I
you
think,
as
I
well.
think we've encouraged them to do that for several years in hopes that it'll reduce their future
We
expenditures.
did encourage them to go from that fully funded to be a self-insured health insurance, and they have made that switch.
I'm
this
happy
year.
with the fact that they have this surplus and I think it's a wise use of it. So I'm happy supporting that.
How do we communicate that? Just by
I'll
virtue of the
share
fact
that.
that you said that?
We had the
and I don't
conversation.
know, any other board member have a concern about that? No. Then I'll look for a motion to move the resolution. So Mr. Eisenhower has moved the resolution. Ms. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Now down to board requests and directives. Anybody want to jump in? Ms. Wainwright, do you have anything?
Sure. So I guess technically a couple of slower weeks. Of course, we had our board retreat, which was aptly renamed work session. We received a lot of information, had a lot of good conversations. Had to actually move a couple of things. I've continued VACO budget training and attended another jail board meeting. Last week was very full with just meetings with citizens over a variety of some concerns and questions, but also just as a new supervisor, there are people involved in the community who just want to establish that relationship as we move forward, and we'll be working together on a variety of things. I think we can't highlight the collective bargaining bills from the state enough and the impact that they would have on our budget as we are talking about budget. We're talking about unfunded mandates from the state that could cost us millions of dollars out of our budget, and as we know, things are already tight. So any awareness we can bring with our citizens and our voters, this is a grave concern as well as the bills that are pushing forward that are working on taking away our right as a board on zoning and building within our district. And again, back to the JCSA retreat, as we talked about, we do really good on conserving water. As we discussed, we're growing, but our usage hasn't really grown, but it's the sewer system that's at capacity. So if we are forced to allow by right certain building per year, and there's a couple of different bills on that, our system would be excessively stressed. So I think, can keep highlighting those things and encourage communication with our state representatives on that. Also, and I've had a couple of conversations, and being new and trying to figure out how things work logistically sometimes, there's been a lot of discussion about the upcoming vote in April, and that it actually does not follow Virginia ordinance, and that Virginia ordinance says that a vote cannot be brought before citizens until 90 days after a bill is passed in the House, and the April 16th vote starts March 6th, which is right, like a week away. And I would like to propose that we look at a resolution just stating that as a district, the state is asking us to do something that actually violates the state code because the elections happen on a local level, and that's a big burden to our registrar's office, and also they're just asking us to hold a vote that's not in line with our state code. So I don't know exactly what that would look like, or how all the other board members feel, but I think that we as representatives who take an oath to uphold the Virginia Constitution, it would behoove us to take a stand, just voicing that we are recognizing we're being asked to do something against the Virginia Constitution we are sworn to uphold.
Do you have a resolution that you wanted to propose, or?
So I have a draft of what some other localities have done. Like I said, I don't know the exact process of that. I could email it out to everyone to get feedback on that. We obviously would have to have majority consensus.
Well, if you, if you'd like to do that, you can provide that, I suppose. Personally, I'm not in a position that a vote by this board would have any impact. And I also think that there is a question as to whether or not the reading by the group that's supporting this resolution is accurate. The Supreme Court of Virginia already had ordered that the movement go forward on the proposed amendment, and so it's pretty clear that they understand the timeline involved here and are likely to take action before the March beginning of early voting. So.
Yeah, I think it's just as local sworn representatives, I know that it may not change anything, but I think sometimes we have to voice our opposition on something that we're bound to, whether it will make a change or not.
Again, I guess I'd say I don't think that there's clear evidence that there has been a violation of the Constitution. I think there was a question about a statute which has subsequently been repealed.
And there's now a new hold, actually.
I'm sorry?
There's a new hold on the voting currently.
From Tazewell County, right.
But it affects the whole state. So
Well,
it's a state injunction.
Yes, but it's already
currently,
been
but
appealed as well. And so I'm just suggesting that my guess is that the Supreme Court will act on it before early voting actually begins.
They have not indicated that. So,
Of course.
and just,
But they
like
know
I said,
that-
that's my feelings.
Yeah.
I think that we've been put in a really awkward position
Yeah.
as, sworn
Well,
officers to uphold the
yeah,
state
I think-
constitution. And
I
I
think-
realize people have different
Yeah.
views
yeah,
on that.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're responsible for acting in the areas where we have authority in a way that's consistent with constitutional requirements. But I don't know that we're responsible for calling out other people who haven't or who we think may not have followed the constitutional provisions.
Right, and in this case, we're on the hook for paying for that election. Right. So that's where that's where I see our responsibility. So I'll send something and then,
Okay.
yeah, we'll see.
I haven't really done too much since I was sick for 10 days, so I haven't gone to anything. Other
We're
than
glad you're better.
I went to Old Town Medical meeting last night. That was interesting because they have 4 new members on the board, so that's kind of neat. It's not just me, so that was a nice meeting, and that's about it.
The only thing I had was, I had a couple of meetings, one of which was with the Fords Colony Green Team with Ms. Wainwright, and we had a chance to chat with the folks in Fords Colony for better part of about an hour and a half. And aside from that, not much else.
Okay. On Friday, we went to a ribbon cutting for the new rec center, not the refurbished, rehabbed, whatever, yeah, swimming pool at the rec center, which is incredible, so bright, and just did a fantastic job. So I just thank everybody that was involved with that, and the ribbon cutting was great. Then I spent the weekend at the NACO Federal Conference, Legislative Conference, and learned a lot of information, as always. And if anybody's interested in looking at the federal policies, and it's kind of frustrating because there's not a lot going on in our Congress. So it's a frustrating time, and there's a lot of really important things that need to be happening. So. And I would urge you all, you know, we get these capital contacts. I think I've spoken about it before from BACO, and, you know, please send them out. And I have to give credit where credit's due. I've heard back from I've heard back from Senator McDougal. I heard back from Delegate Downey. I've heard back from Delegate Anderson about, you know, it may not be what I want to hear, but I've heard back. And so please continue to respond to those ones that you get from VACO, because this will have such an impact on our locality if some of these things do go through. And then this week, we have the Hampton Roads Alliance annual meeting on Thursday. So that's it.
I'll just briefly mention that we went to, Mr. Stevens and I went to the HR PDC and HR TPO meetings last Thursday. And then I also just wanted to say that I thought that the session we had at the Vote Center was exceptionally well done. I'm not one who really enjoys the kind of sharing that took place at the beginning of that meeting. But
Get out of here,
but
you're
I
not.
was- but I was struck by the commonality of our responses to some of those questions, and I thought that was a really very helpful exercise in the end. So all to the good. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Stevens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, I do appreciate your indulgence in the annual workshop or retreat, whichever we end up calling it going forward.
Workshop.
Workshop is what I hear, but, and I'm not the sharing type either, but I appreciate that, and I do think there's some worthwhile benefit in that. So thank you for your time there. I will mention just a couple things. Our fire department has been trying to promote the Virginia burn law, which basically says you're not supposed to have an open fire before 4 p.m. through the end of April. If you have questions about what that really means, I'd call our fire department at 757-220-0626. So 757-220-0627 about more information on Virginia's burn law and what that means here in James City County if you have questions. Also, our Parks and Rec department is doing a summer job fair. So if you know somebody that has somebody interested in a summer job, it's often youth, but it can be most any person that would be interested in a summer job working in the positions we need over the summertime. It is Saturday, March 7th, the job fair from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Recreation Center on Long Hill Road. So again, Saturday, March 7th, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. For part-time, potentially mostly work with Parks and Recreation Department at the Rec Center on Long Hill Road. And then finally, I do just want to recognize that we did lose a longtime employee last week. Miss Lorraine Taylor works in real estate, had been with the county more than 26 years, and she passed away last week. So I just want to remember her family, friends, and her coworkers, and keeping in our thoughts and prayers in the coming weeks and months. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a closed session coming up. I just asked if
Yes,
we'd like
for
to take a
recess.
recess
Yes.
before we do that.
Thank you.
Recess for 5 minutes. Calls back into session. And I'll look for a motion to enter into closed session for the discussion of reports or plans related to the security of any governmental facility, building, or structure, or for the safety of persons using such facilities, including for structure pursuant to Section 2.23711A19 of the Code of Virginia.
I'll move that motion.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, there's more.
Secondly, consideration of a personnel matter, the appointment of individuals to county boards and/or commissions pursuant to Section 2.23711A1 of the Code of Virginia, specifically appointments to Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and appointments to Wetland Board and Chesapeake Bay Board. And third, let me see if I can get the motion to, are you?
I can read it if you want me to.
Oh, here it is right now. Is it at the end here? Okay, I'll get it then. Consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in the open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigatory posture of the public body pursuant to Section 2.23711A7 of the Code of Virginia.
I'll move the motions.
Okay, motion to go into closed session. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
We're in closed session now. order. We're back in open meeting, and I would call for a motion on closed meeting.
I'll certify that we only spoke about those things that we were supposed to.
Mr. Stevens, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll? Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And now I believe we have an appointment to make.
Yes, we'll have a a motion to appoint Mr. Mark McElroy, appointed to the Wetlands Board and Chesapeake Bay Board for a full member term that expires on December 31st, 2031. And then that the vacant alternate position be filled for a term which expires again on March 31st, 2030, would be Mr. Curtis Rimple.
Do we have a motion? Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Aye. I think we have nothing else, so I'll look for a motion to adjourn to 5 p.m. I'll look for a motion to adjourn until Friday,
8:30.
27th February at 8:30 a.m.
March 10th.
So moved.
Okay,
No,
a
we
motion.
have Friday,
Mr.
honey,
Stevens,
Friday.
call the roll, please.
Friday, I'm sorry.
Special called meeting.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Well, they can change it.